Hey, what's up? Thanks for resubscribing, Dangle. Is this an early stream? Well, haven't been keeping my schedule perfectly as of late, but 3 p.m. is my scheduled start time. Always more drafts. I've been liking M21 a little more than Throne of Eldraine, but they're pretty close to me. Most likely gonna do 2 M21 and 1 Throne again, just like yesterday. It's a tough dilemma, Jaro and me. You can double it, you know. I frequently have something on my TV and something on my computer. What's going on? It's Oyahuk. Coffee is going on. Streaming is going on. Drafting is going on. Hey, thanks for the subscriptions, FP Geek and Mustaster and BW. Appreciate the support. I don't know. I don't know if Dom can really be faster. Dom's a pretty slow format. I mean, if people try and draft more aggro, I think they're just going to get beat up. Like, I always try and draft what's open, and I try and draft, like, the white historic aggro decks and stuff when I get the right uncommons and rares and stuff, and, like, it's draftable, but it feels like you're at a distinct disadvantage. I know Cuneo liked a mono red in Dominaria. Maybe if that's wide open because nobody else is taking those cards, maybe you'll be able to put that together. But I think that was more an exploitation of the bots. Thanks for resubscribing for 5 months. Sweatshirt. My long lost internet cohort. I'm wearing sweatpants as we speak. I like the Arena Opens. I want to participate in them generally and support them. I'm probably not going to play this weekend. If it was standard, I would play because I know it's standard enough from testing it for the past few weeks, whether I played my deck or not. But historic, I'm probably going to pass because I literally have never played a game of historic in my entire life. I'll probably take the weekend to catch up on some long-awaited content and try and get that rolling. And even if I don't do that, I'm going to play a lot of poker and just catch up on that so that I feel good about streaming next week during the week and all that. Sweet. Dangle says he can make a fancy poll now. Okay, Dangle, show us off your new skills. Make a poll, M21 or Throne of Eldraine to start today. Show off your new skills. What's up, Wild Shadow? Definitely consideration for a weekend stream of Dominaria at some point, especially if I do miss tomorrow, which I'm not sure about at the moment. So it's my grandma's 98th birthday, which I really want to attend because, you know, she's 98. We don't know how many more she's going to have. I also, though, am on the fence about going because I've been going to play poker regularly at the Hard Rock because that's my primary source of income. So I could easily be like an asymptomatic carrier of COVID or something. Like, you know, I don't feel sick at all, but who knows? I'm 35 and in pretty good health. So, like, I'm kind of scared to, like, go see my 98-year-old grandma when I've been going to the casino, like, 4 times a week. But I also want to see her, so I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Thank you, Drops P and Hinaya. Appreciate the subscriptions. Yeah, I mean, my parents and sister are going up to, like, see her for dinner for her birthday. And, like, you know, they want me to go. And, like, I don't feel sick at all. But, again, it's not like I've been isolating. Like, you know, I always wear my mask. I mean, look, it's not Fort Knox. But they actually have really good precautions in the Hard Rock Poker Room. There's literally, like, a glass shield between you and the dealer and you and every other player. They put these weird glass, like, cages over every table. And then you're required to wear a mask the entire time. And there's hand sanitizer on every table, and you're required to hand sanitize when you get there. So, like, basically, I mean, the protection's pretty good, and I don't feel sick. But at the same time, obviously, if I, you know, she's 98. So it's a little different than coming home to Rachel. No, the masks do not affect how I play or bluff. Greetings, Switzerland. Yeah, they have hand sanitizer on every table, and every player is required to use it whenever they sit down. Even if you, like, get up and go to the bathroom and come back, you're required to hand sanitize when you sit down. And then obviously I also hand sanitize as soon as I'm getting up. Thank you for subscribing, Zampa. I'm most excited to draft everything in Dom, but if you're going to ask me to choose one, I will. Black-Green Saprolings is just like this fun, grindy deck that gains life and plays long games and puts out a lot of chump blockers and stuff. Black-Green Saprolings is kind of my wheelhouse. Okay, Dangle tells me M21 won the poll. It would be cooler if we could see it. I mean, I do believe Dangle, but, so we're going to draft M21. And on that note, Premier Draft, Core Set. Where can I see it? I don't see it. I don't see the votes and the numbers. Rate Your Go, our official economist, says it's a scam. So, sorry y'all, it was a scam poll. How's it going, Rate Your Go? Yep, if I click on the link, I can totally see it. And M21 looks to have won. Looks like it's at 41-31 now. People are still voting, but we're starting, and M21 won the poll. Thank you to everybody who voted. Alright, so let's see. We're doing an M21 draft because it won the poll. This is just fancy anticipate. We're not going to cast it from our library in draft. These uncommons are not great. I mean, Leafkin Avenger is great, but it is red-green, which is not a premier archetype in this format, but it is draftable. Bulltown is fine. It's a really aggressive format. But there's not a lot of slow decks or wall decks for it to punish. It really trades down, but it gives you a nice boost that one turn. As far as the commons, I think Drowsing Pteranodon is the best green common. I think it's better than Llanowar Visionary, which is shocking. I think in like 90% of limited formats, Llanowar Visionary would be better than Pteranodon. But in this format, I think Pteranodon's the best green common. So I think really this is a pick between just Drowsy over here, like Bulltown, which I think Pteranodon is better than, and then Leafkin Avenger. And I think Leafkin Avenger is better than Pteranodon, but not enough to take a red-green-gold card. I'm not against taking gold cards in this format when they're busted. Like, I would take Houndmaster or Conclave Mentor first pick over Drowsing Pteranodon, no problem. But I don't think the red-green-gold one there, Leafkin Avenger, is enough better than Drowsing Pteranodon to take it. Yeah, and now we're rewarded with a Hollow Blade. Obviously, like, the next best card and green card is Brontodon. Brontodon is good. Like, the creatures are small. It can gum up the board nicely. But Brontodon is not on the level of Hollow Blade. Brontodon is like a B, and Hollow Blade is like an A. So this is an easy Hollow Blade. Thank you, Devilicious. Appreciate the 4 months of support. The great content is always coming with your support. Alright, so let's see. Green-white's a good archetype, but there's no green-white cards in this pack to even consider. We're not going to take Defiant Strike or Dilophosaur, or as I was taught to say it, Dilphosaur. There is no good cards really in this pack though, because I mean the best cards in this pack are like Mistral Singer, which is basically a blue-red-gold card. I mean you could play it in a blue-white Flyers deck, but I guess we could drop Pteranodon and go blue-white still. Otherwise there's Carrion Grub, which like is good in Reanimator. It's okay in black-green because your creatures are big. Like there's nothing wrong with like a 4-mana 6/5 that puts cards in your graveyard. That's a good card. It's not really playable in like black-white where your creatures are pretty small. Yeah, the Scryland's an option too. If we go white-red, we'll be ecstatic to have this. If we go white-green, it will still make our deck. Given we do, our best card is white, I actually think, yeah, the Temple probably makes the most sense. That's actually a good call, because if we go white-red, we'll be really happy to have it, and if we go white-green, we'll still play it. There's nothing wrong with a one color on tap land. I took off the past 2 weeks to playtest Standard for the Pro Tour Finals that was last weekend. It produced, the time off produced a whopping 0 wins. But that's okay, like, you know, honestly, I need to take a week off like every couple months or whatever anyway, so it was a nice time to just relax a little and not have the scheduled stream and play Standard. But obviously, I got pummeled, and after all that Standard, I'm happy to be back drafting with y'all. Alright, so we kind of have to make a directional choice now, because there's cards that I would consider here that are pretty close in Cultivate and Truffle Snout. Neither one is exceptional. They're both pretty good. Green-white creatures, counters matter, wants Truffle, but I think Cultivate's a lot better of a card. So I think I'm going to take that. Because Truffle Snout is just like, listen, I'm still going to go green-white counters matter if that's what we see. I'll just miss out on a Truffle Snout. Who cares? It's 3 mana, 3/3. It's total filler. It's fine, but it's total filler. Whereas if we do go like green-black or something, we're going to really be happy to have Cultivate. Okay, so Animal Sanctuary is a card I like a lot if you start with it early, especially if you're green-white. That's the cats and dogs colors, basically. So that's a clear choice. Dryad's not very good. Like, you can end up with a deck where you're pretty happy with Dryad, like if it's, 8 green cards and 15 blue cards, including a bunch of cantrips. But if you draw Dryad in the late game, it's a 2-mana 1/1. If you draw it in the early game, I mean, it's going to end up being like a 4/4 or something pretty good, but you build it up slowly. Half your spells are non-green. Like, I think Dryad is fine. Like, sometimes I play it in my deck, but I don't think it's a great card. This, on the other hand, not a great card, obviously, but a card that's really grown on me. I like the Chorister quite a bit. Life is just valuable in this format. There's just a lot of racing, a lot of attacking past each other, and Lifelink just really overperforms. Pretty easy Mauler here. Green-white does the counters matter thing, even though we're not currently doing that yet. Okay, well, I guess green-white is wide open. Malkin is a nice pickup, 7th pick or 8th pick for a green-white deck, but then there's the best white common, Basri's Acolyte. Don't know what this is doing in the pack. It could be correct for there to be a Malkin. It cannot be correct for there to be an 8th pick Basri's Acolyte. It's one of the top commons, in my opinion. So I'm going to get the Cultivate out. We're going to assume we're going to play green-white now. These are both cats, so that's good for the Animal Sanctuary. I don't love Short Sword in this deck because it doesn't put counters on things. I think I'm just going to grab Shieldmate. I actually do like 1-drops in this deck because you build your creatures a lot. Like, it's a body in play for Acolyte, for things like that. I'm not against 1 Short Sword, but green-white tends to build its creatures like its own way. Like, I like Short Sword in like red-white more, or like red-black with grindy creatures. With green-white, you have stuff like Acolyte already that's just much better. Although it does go well with Pteranodon, so we'll see. But also, I like... Short Sword has, like, very heavy diminishing returns. Like, I might put 1 copy in a deck, but I would, like, almost never play 2. So, like, it's early in the draft. We'll probably have another opportunity to get it. If I'm bronze, it's because the season just restart. I don't think I am. I think I'm like, I have a bad Mythic ranking, but I am Mythic. I think I'm like 93% or something. You're right that I have very little green, and I need to be aware of that. I wouldn't say we're forcing it in the sense that I took 1 green card later in this draft. Clearly, white is wide open, and we could play white anything from here, and I'm in no way opposed to going white-red or something like that. I think Mauler was the best card in the pack when I took it. I didn't take it over like a shock or something when I should have deviated. But you are right that we are seeing a ton of white and very little green. So now, Veteran is awesome in green-white counters matter. If we weren't going to take the Veteran... I passed 2 Malkins for better cards. I mean, 1 was for Basri's Acolyte. And I think the other was earlier in the draft. I don't remember what I took over it. Cultivate, I think, because at that time I had just Pteranodon and Hollowblade, and I could have went, like, green anything. Yeah, so Veteran is really good in white-green counters matter. I agree we're not firmly committed to green, but it is our second color that we're most likely playing. And anyways, even if we just play white, like, we can prioritize the counters. Like, we already have Acolyte and Animal Sanctuary to put counters on things. Oh, Cultivate was over Trout, you're right. Which makes sense, because I would have probably took Malkin over Cultivate there. Sanctuary over the other one, though. And Animal Sanctuary is a really good card. If you have a decent amount of targets for this thing, I mean, it's just incredible value out of the land slot, which actually makes more sense, because I would have took Pride Malkin over Cultivate. Cultivate is really good if you're a green controlish deck, like in a green-black or a green-blue, but given we did have Hollow Blade already, I took the Cultivate because it was over Truffle Snout, which is totally mediocre. Playable, but totally mediocre. Whereas Malkin I actually like. Okay, so I don't see any cards in this pack that we actually want. I don't mind one copy of Ranger's Guile. I mean, there's not like... Liliana's Devotee would be like the best card, but I mean, we didn't really see black either. Seems like a pretty easy, nice one-drop doggo. I do like the Malkins in this deck, but not nearly as much as the Savior. The Savior can, protect your biggest, best stuff, your dub stuff, which we have 2 of. And it's a nice, cheap creature to start Animal Sanctuarying if we want to. Sticking with the green-white counters matter theme, we can now grab Scourge, which is excellent with Tempered Veteran. Put a counter on something else. The Scourge also gets a counter every turn. Finding our Archetype niche here. Again, I don't really mind these one-color on Scrylands. You don't want an endless supply of tap lands, but Animal Sanctuary comes into play untapped. And since we have Animal Sanctuary, we're probably going to end up playing 8 Plains, 8 Forests, and Sanctuary and play 17 lands, which makes the tap land a little better than if we went down to 16. I also don't mind Swift Response, even in aggro decks in this format. It's a bad card if you played against a true control deck, like a tutelage deck or something, but most people are trying to attack you. I take Swift Response lower in an aggro deck than I do in a control deck, but I still always play it in this format. Here it's a clear Feat. Feat is excellent. White is just wide open in this table. I mean, that's just clear. As has been said, we're seeing a little green, not a lot of green, but we're seeing just blatant white. Just getting a Feat 7th this way, Acolyte 8th the other way. I mean, those are the 2 premier white commons. Wingmare's alright. Like, it's pretty punishing for the blue-red deck. Sometimes, you get them good. They leave up exactly 2 mana for their combat trick or something. It's not a great card, but given we have no expensive spells, we'll probably play it. Given we have Chorister and Savior, I'm probably going to end up cutting these Shield Mates, because we already have 1-drops. Plus, we have 2 tap lands to put in play on turn 1 a decent amount of the time. I don't dislike Shield Mates in decks like this. Actually, with Double Dub, we're probably going to play the 1 Guile. Leave that in for now. So we could use a little bit of 2-drops. I mean, we're not, it's not like we have none. We have Pteranodon Veteran and Hollow Blade. But we could use a couple more 2-drops for our aggro deck. That's something we want to keep our eye on. Pretty good on 1-drops with the 2 tap lands and then the Saviors and the Chorister. Dubs, Wingmare. Our curve is good. Just basically, we want the best cards we can get out of the packs, and we want, like, some 2-drops. Yeah, we're well positioned to splash black if we want to. But remember, you're not looking to splash into aggro decks. Like, if I opened, like, a single black rare that was a bomb, I would certainly splash, as we have 3 black splash lands. But, I'm not looking to splash black for a finishing blow in this format, which is just an okay card or something. I like Dub also, especially when you have ways to protect it, like Savior, Guile, and Feat. Do we want Chorister or Wingmare? I kind of want both of these. I think the Chorister might just be better with the double dub and stuff. It's a close pick. Like, if you were on Wingmare there, it's not a... I don't think it's, far apart. I think it's a close pick. I think I would rather have the Chorister, though. The format is really reliant on early plays. I never expect Staunch Shieldmate to be a playable in the format, but in this format it is. I think it's an okay card. It's not a great card, but it's an okay card. Oh yeah, I mean, Chorister is a good card. Like, that shows you how much these little early plays overperform. Chorister, which you'd expect to be filler, is just an actual good card. And Shieldmate, which you'd expect to be unplayable, is actually more like filler. Like, it's, you know, I don't say that derogatorily. Like, it's going to get cut from your best decks, or if you have better early stuff and enough early stuff. But it's an acceptable playable Shieldmate. And I would have never expected that going into the format. I mean, Drowsing Pteranodon being better than Llanowar Visionary tells you all you need to know about a format. Yeah, I offend the cards a lot. I mean, I tell them they don't matter, like, draft after draft. So, this is a tough pick. There's a lot of cards we want here. Acolyte for the tokens deck might be better. Fetters is really good removal. I mean, Hunter's Edge and Acolyte are both excellent. There's a reason to take Hunter's Edge to table a white card maybe with 3 good ones, but I honestly think Fetters is just near busted in this format. I love Fetters. Like, it just makes it, it's just impossible to race, and it kills anything. It's just so good in this format. So now there's Falconer Adept or Truffle Snout. This is a pretty weak pack, and it's going to be a bad second pick. They're probably pretty close. Let's take a look at our curve. I kind of have a lot of 4-drops. 4-drop-ish or more. 4-drop, 4-drop, 4-drop. Not that many 3-drop creatures. Kind of think I need the Truffle Snout. I think Falconer Adept's a little bit more powerful card, and this deck's pretty good at being able to attack with it. But Mauler costs 4, Acolyte costs 4, Fetters costs 4, Scourge is like an X spell. Meanwhile, on 3-drop creatures, we have like a Wingmare. So I think we actually need this Truffle Snout more. Yeah, I like the Falconer more, but we got to go with the curve. The curve is a bigger priority. So these are pretty weak packs. Chorister can definitely be better than Watchdog, but we already have 2 Choristers and a Savior, whereas, like I talked about, we have 3 2-drops, which is fine, but not, like, you know, great. So here I think we got to take the Watchdog. Again, like, you know, pack 3, I'm mostly drafting curve, not power level when I'm drafting creatures, you know, common creatures. Obviously, if there's something good, like an uncommon that's busted-ish or whatever for the archetype, you're always taking that. Power level matters more than curve. But when you're deciding between a common 3-drop and a common 2-drop, a common 3-drop and a common 4-drop, whatever, then you're mostly going on curve pack 3. You're trying to fill out your curve because the cards are all going to be comparable in what they offer you. Easy Angelic Ascension here. We already have 2 tap lands. So whereas I'd still play the white-green duel, it's not a particularly good card for my deck. Swift Response and Watchdog feel pretty close in this deck. We do need the bodies to build on with Double Dub. Even being a green-white aggro deck, I think I would normally take Swift Response. But I think with Double Dub, I kind of want the Watchdog. Yeah, and it's a dog for the Sanctuary. We just need the little creatures to pile onto, I think. Think I'm going to take Mauler over Swooper in this deck. We don't have any flying synergy. We're going to be attacking, getting trades to get counters. Plus, it's a cat, which matters for Animal Sanctuary. Oh, I'm shaking my desk. That's the reason the cam is shaking. I'm one of those people who will start tapping my leg or whatever, and, like, I try and be aware and not do it on stream, but I just started doing it. These cards just don't matter. With 3 lands, like I said, with an Animal Sanctuary, some Scry lands, I'm pretty sure we're going to play 17, counting the Sanctuary. So that's 21, so we need 2 more playables. And worst case scenario, we already could put in like a Strike or Pegasus or some little creature. Shieldmate. Swift Response is worse in aggro decks. Substantially worse. But it's still good. Because this format, Swift Response is, like, very bad if your opponent's not trying to attack you. But when you play aggro versus aggro, you're usually both attacking each other at different points in the game, attacking past each other. And most of your opponents are aggro in this format. So Swift Response is still good in aggro decks, because it's not like if you're aggro, your opponent's control. That's not how Magic works, right? It's not hero versus villain, choose your role. You play against a random opponent, and most opponents are going to be aggro, because this is an aggro-driven format. If this was a format where half the decks were control, I would not play Swift Response in an aggro deck. But this is a format where like 80% of the decks are trying to attack you with little creatures. So even if I'm aggro, I'm still going to play it. Now, of course, it's better in a control deck, or it's better in a Blue-White Flyers deck, but nonetheless, even in a deck like this, you know, I have turns where I'm just going to be building a board with, like, let's say, dub attack, they can't block, they have to attack past it, then I can Swift Response. Or I have, like, Veteran, and I'm putting counters on things, and they're attacking me, and I'm Swift Responsing. Again, yes, so Swift Response, definitely worse in aggro than control, but still a main deck card in any aggro deck in this format, in my opinion. There are definitely formats where it wouldn't be a main deck card in aggro, but M21 is a very aggro-driven format. Battlements is okay. I think it's playable, but I'm pretty low on it. Just a lot of the creatures are 3/1, so it doesn't always block well. Okay, so if we play this land base, 9/7, not 8/8, then we'll really want to try and cut an early green card if we can. I might be down for it, because the Scrylands, I mean, we have white, and they can help dig up green, whereas we don't have green Scrylands. And we have all these white early drops. So I might be down for trying to cut, like, Ranger's Guile. All of our green cards are single green. Or Training. Training's good with Pteranodon, but we only got one of that. Although it's pretty good on Chorister, too, so I probably won't cut it. I think I'm just going to cut Ranger's Guile, especially if we play 7 Forest, because we're only going to have one green source out most of the time. Yeah, we don't have much early green. This is more like a late game card. So our curve really looks like this. Way heavy on white as far as the early stuff. If we had the 2 green Scrylands and no white Scrylands, I'd still play 8/8. Because then we'd keep a hand with a green Scryland, we want to dig up the plains. But it's going to work the other way, so I think that this is correct. Nothing in the board. Nope, looks good to me. Yeah, Pack 3 didn't go that well for us. Like, it wasn't horrible, but we didn't really get hit in the head with power cards in Pack 3. Yeah, I think 5 would be like the average. Maybe 4. It is very high variance, best of 1. Like, trying to predict wins in best of 1 is kind of a fool's errand. Only one Pteranodon, sadly. Not sadly, they didn't have the shock, so now we've got a 2/1 lifelink. Now, I was kind of greedy with Training, because I didn't really have any other play. I wasn't going to just feed it. This turn, I would dub it, even into their 2 open mana. Maybe they have Dragonfire, maybe they don't. Except, I do have a play, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to attack and put out my Wingmare. It's all about risk-reward. It would have looked horrible if they shocked the Chorister last turn, but I didn't have a different 2-drop to play, so I went for the Training into their open shock mana. This turn, it would be horrible if they Dragonfired, and I would do it if I didn't. I would dub if I didn't have a different 3-drop to play, but I do, so there's no need to dub. Now I'll dub. They could still Dragonfire, but it's okay. We'll get back to attacking them in the air, and we'll already have a nice life total swing at 28-10. And even if they Dragonfire, that's their turn. We can hit them with the Wingmare and put out a big Scourge. It's not quick draft. It's best of 1, but it's with humans. It's pods. I don't really see any decisions here. Just going to attack and play Scourge for 4. They can chump block and draw a card, but this even has trample, so they're still taking 2 damage. And, I mean, we want to be able to keep attacking on the ground, so... Yeah, 4 or 5. Counting play skill, but, like, opponent's play skill is pretty good. We're Mythic. I think I would average about 4 and 3, maybe 4.5. Like, my average wins would probably be between 4 and 5 with this deck on average. And that's counting play skill. Like, a dead even play skill player at Mythic might average more like 3.5 wins. This deck's pretty mediocre. Like, it's not bad. I mean, I have the Choristers, the Dubs, Feet, Wildwood Scourge, Tempered Veteran, Basri's Acolyte. Like, it's a playable green-white. But it's nothing special. It's pretty close to an average deck. Hollow Blade. The Animal Sanctuary is really good. I have a lot of things to pump with it. And getting that kind of value out of your land slot can be huge. So let's see, I'm assuming I'm attacking with everything. I have them mounted to pump Chorister, so that's effectively 7 power trample. They could put, like, Ogre on Scourge, Chandra's Magmut on Chorister, and then Turd Ogre on Wingmare. Then I'll feat the Wingmare, which will give the Scourge a counter because of its ability. Kill all 3 of their creatures and lose none of mine, so that would be awesome. I mean, they have to block Chorister, because it's effectively a 7-power first striker. So whatever they block it with dies. So yeah, there's just no way this combat can go poorly for me. Feat's not lethal, right? If I feat, like, here, and I can hit for 5, 5's not 6. Whereas I'm going to blow them out in combat. They're probably going to make the block I said. Onaka Ogre on the Scourge, Turd Ogre on Wingmare, and Magmut on Chorister to not die. And then we'll feat the Wingmare, which means the Scourge will get a counter, and we'll wipe their board. I don't know what other block they have, because they can't let the Chorister through. They have to put something on it. Or I'll just pump it and deal them lethal. Well, death before dishonor, as Reed Duke likes to say. Rather than chump block with a Magmut, they decided to just take 7 and die. But had they put the Magmut on the Chorister, I would have just feated the Wingmare, and then that would have been pro-red and 3 power and killed the Turd Ogre. And then the Scourge would have got a counter because of feat, and then killed the Onaka Ogre. So the end result would have been they would have had no creatures, and I would have lost none of my 3, and they would have took 2 points of trample. So we were going to win that game either way. That's why it's death before dishonor. Thank you, Pavlaw. Reed Duke coined that. Thank you, Pavlaw. Appreciate the subscription. Obviously, another hand that's, like, not great, but I would never think about mulliganing. Both kinds of land, Animal Sanctuary. Hopefully we'll draw some early drops. If it was even possible to Swift Response that, I might leave 2 mana up instead of playing the 1-drop here on turn 2, but it's not. Vigilance. So what I think I'm going to do here... Play the Sanctuary, attack for 1, but not Sanctuary it. and then play Scourge for 2. Because then if I Acolyte, Scourge, and Savior, it'll get the extra counter, and if I start Sanctuarying things, the Scourge will get the extra counter. So I really want to get the Scourge out, since I have Animal Sanctuary and Bastry's Acolyte, and I could really grow this. I mean, even if I don't grow it this turn, I might put the Mauler out, and then Acolyte the turn after. The Scourge will get 2 counters, right? If I put a counter on Mauler and a counter on Savior. So that'll be a pretty sick turn if that happens. Okay, it has flying, so I can't block it right now. So if I attack with both, if they put the Swooper on the Savior, they can force me to Sanctuary it, but I'll net a counter on the Scourge, and I'll trade with their Flyer. If they put the Swooper on the Scourge, I can just sack the Savior and save it. So attack with both looks good. And then post-combat, I can play Mauler. This is a little doggo, so it can get a counter from Sanctuary. And while they are taking my turn, it's trading all the way up with their 4-drop Flyer if they put Gale Swooper on it. And I net a counter on the Scourge. Because by Sanctuarying the Savior, the Scourge also gets a counter. Now, if they take it, I'm just not going to Sanctuary anything. I'm just going to play Land Mauler. I'm not Acolyting because I don't want to put an Acolyte counter on Scourge. Because if I put an Acolyte counter on Mauler and Savior, Scourge gets 2 counters anyway, right? So I kind of get more value that way. So if they make this block, I'm just going to sack the Savior, which will save the Scourge, which is awesome. Now I can play the Mauler. It will get a counter, and then the Scourge gets a counter. Life is good. I didn't really want to trade Doggo for Speaker, but I'll trade it for Gale Swooper. That's a 3-power flyer. Let's be reasonable here. Okay, sadly, they were able to take care of my stuff. So I think here I'm just going to Acolyte. I need the Acolyte in play so I can start Sanctuarying it. So while I didn't get max value, remember, they did trade their 4-drop Flyer and their 5-drop removal spell there. Like, that wasn't a bad turn sequence for me. I'm not playing solo. I'm playing against a black-white deck. They have interaction. Okay, I think I'm going to chill for now. If I attack with the Scourge and they block with, like, the Glutton, I could get them good by Sanctuarying the Acolyte and putting a 5th counter on the Scourge. But if they double block with the Speaker and the Glutton, and then they sack the Savior to give the Glutton indestructible, even though it's a 2-for-1, they're going to kill my Scourge and gain 4. If they attack and try and make a similar play, I'll blow them out with Swift Response. So I think I'm going to take a turn off. I can just chill. I'm not playing Chorister because I'm planning to use 3 mana on Sanctuary and 2 for Swift Response or Ascension, potentially. And if they chill, it's fine, because next turn this grows big enough to attack. Not anymore now that they played Fetid Imp, but had they not played Fetid Imp, that would have been the case. Okay, so now we have the extra land to play to play Chorister. We can still use Animal Sanctuary, tapping 2 green in it, and then still have a white and a green up for Ascension or Swift Response. Soon I'm going to attack, because I have training too, but I think I'm going to chill just a little bit longer. I want to get the Acolyte bigger than any Blood Glutton block. I want to have 2 big attackers when I attack into the Fetid Imp. Plus, every turn that goes by, I might draw feet. Yeah, getting value out of your land slot is incredible. We're now getting 2 counters a turn out of our land. So we're up to 4, 7, 8 mana. So we can do 1 Chorister Pump. I can't put counters on Chorister, sadly. It's not an animal, it's a human. But it is big enough to attack another Glutton, too. think one more turn lets me attack with the Acolyte, lets me attack with everything. Which actually means I might want to play Training this turn, though. I can just play it next turn. I'll have enough mana to pump Chorister still anyway. Plus, I might play Training after the dust settles, because it's going to be huge to have a big Trampler. So what I think I'm going to do now is attack with all three. If they block with the Imp and give it Death Touch, okay. If they sack the Savior to give it Indestructible, then I'm going to go for Angelic Ascension on it. Frankly, a 4/4 flyer just doesn't stop my creatures. And a Death Touch flyer does. But I'm okay with trading the one big creature for it. But if they go to give it Indestructible, then I'm going to Ascension it. And I'm not even scared of feat, because if they feat pro-white, the Savior won't resolve. So the end result will be, like, they'll kill the Scourge, but they'll still lose the Imp. And they won't get the 4/4 flyer. Or they can lose the Imp, not kill the Scourge, and get a 4/4 flyer. So even feat is not a big deal here at all. Alright, can't do anything about that. So they'll kill the Scourge with Finishing Blow. The Savior is gone. The Imp is gone. They'll get their 4/4 flyer. Not the best, not the worst. Do we want to pump the Chorister or play Hollow Blade? I think it's better to play Hollow Blade because it can block the Blood Glutton, and because we still have 3 mana left then to put a counter on the Acolyte. Which the Acolyte didn't get through, so there's no need to do it right now. Thanks, Corey, some numbers. Appreciate the 19 months of support. All right, let's see. 4, 8, 9 potential power. So they could kill the Acolyte, but they'd lose all 3. It is the only cat I have out to grow, but it's also a pretty awesome trade for me if they lose all 3 creatures. I think I'm going to put the Training on the Hollow Blade, see what I draw to start, because that's the hardest one for them to kill in response. They have to have exactly Grasp, and if it gets to 4 power, then it can attack into the Angel. So I think I'm going to start there. Alright, so they did have the Grasp, they get the 2 for 1, but assuming they don't have anything else, we can interact profitably with that Acolyte. I think now that they did that, I'm just going to Fetters up the Angel. Oops, certainly can't send Chorister, but if we hit for 7 and gain 7, that's awesome. And then if they try and attack back with the Glutton here, we'll be able to Swift Response it, which is also kind of nice. That I'm just going to take the 1. Even though it's a really cool card, Chorister can be pumped and almost pumped twice. This is basically just a 1/1. I don't see them getting to 27. 4, 7, 8, 9. So I'm going to play the land because we're 1 land away from double pump on the Chorister. They can pump their Chorister though, so right now they can put 9 on the Acolyte. So now we're going to wait 1 turn before attacking again. So now on board, they literally can't kill the Acolyte. They can put 4, 8, 9 power on it, and I can use Sanctuary to grow it to 10. but I'm still 1 land short of double pump on the Chorister. So I'm going to attack with just Acolyte. Okay, they're chump block. Oh, wait, no, I'd rather put a counter on the Mauler. This thing's already giant. I forgot I was about to play another cat. I was going to put a counter on the Acolyte to gain an extra life, because why not? Because I'm going to do it anyway, so why do it end of their turn? But instead, I'll put a counter on the Mauler, because this Acolyte's already enormous. I forgot I was playing a second cat. Alright, let's see. They have 10 mana, so they now have double pump, so that's 7, 11. So I think I'm going to chill for a turn. Maybe I'll attack with just Chorister. If we trade Choristers, they'll gain a bunch of life, but that clears the way for my 2 big cats, so that looks good. Because I drew land 10, so I have double pump as well. So Blood Glutton can't take out Chorister. Chorister can, but if our Choristers trade, that clears the way for both of these. So while this is a dead even trade, it's not actually even close to even, because it gets a counter on my Mauler, but more importantly, it clears the way for Acolyte and Mauler to both be able to attack. I'm not going to be greedy in Sanctuary now for an extra point. I don't know what they could or couldn't have, but if the Mauler ends up living here, I'm going to be able to give it an extra counter end of turn. If they're probably going to like kill the Acolyte or something, or pump the Glutton, or do something. That makes sense. And as you can see, now I can Sanctuary the Mauler, which gets it to 3. It's going to die, but it'll still kill the Glutton. So that was pretty important, not just randomly pumping the Acolyte even bigger. And of course, we're not going to gain life because we're at 51. They're decking first, so I don't know how they're going to win, because even if they somehow stabilize by killing my creatures, I have Swift Response to kill their creature, and I'm at 51 and counting. Alright, can't really have predicted that, so that's going to take out that. I'd rather pump the Watchdog than the Acolyte, because again, the Acolyte's already basically infinite. So I'll just let that go, deal them their 8. You're looking at really how we gained it. It's mostly just been this giant Acolyte connecting a bunch of times at various sizes. Also a Chorister. So let's make sure they can't kill the Acolyte. I know the Watchdog isn't big enough to attack into the Blackguard yet. 12 means 4 pumps. Yeah, they're nowhere near big enough to kill the Acolyte, so we'll send just that. Cannot pump a boar. Snake, ox, goat, dog, cat, bird. Boar should have been included. Seems like another one of those, you know, animals, wild animal types. But I don't know why you can't pump a boar, but you can't. Yeah, it seems like pump farm animals except boars, exactly. I mean, I don't know why it doesn't pump boars. Obviously, it's not important, although it was there. Would have killed the black card with one pump. Thank you, Gamp15. Appreciate that subscription. Alright, so like I said, our deck is mostly white. We might keep a hand without forests, especially with a white Scryland or something. We can't keep a hand with 2 forests. We literally have, like, next to no good draws except plains. Much better. The only question is, what do we put back? Could put back feet number 2. Could put back forest number 2. I think I'm going to be greedy. We're on the draw. We're a 17 land deck. I think I'd rather have the second feet than the second forest in this hand. I know we want land 3, turn 3 for dub, but that's 3 draw steps on it because we're on the draw, and if we don't get it, then hopefully we're drawing other stuff we can cast. Our cards are not very expensive. Like 4 is the top of my curve with this deck. So I'm going to training over Chorister because it draws a card, and then we might find a land and get to Chorister anyway. So if I attack, I'm telegraphing feet. I think it's kind of worth it, but I think I'd rather just dub anyway. Get my 3 life. It gives it first strike, so they have no block. No real decisions, just slap down the Wingmare. We weren't going to protect our dub creature this game because we're stuck on lands. It's not that kind of a game. Hopefully we'll draw lands. Slap down a Mauler. No more, no more. Stop killing all my stuff. Alright, let's see. So if we attack, if they block, it's good for us. We have feet. But what happens if they don't block? We play Watchdog, and then we can block the Ogre and still feed it. So then we have to be proactive, but we're pretty much going to have to do that anyway, and they've used a ton of removal. Seems fine to me. Turd Ogre doesn't have trample, right? No. So if they blow us out with shock or something, we won't take the 4 from it, at least. So it's not that bad. So we block and go for feet. Not necessarily expecting this to work, but we've got plenty of spells to play. I feel like we wanted to be attacking. Hey, it did work. Cool. Well, sort of worked. Okay, though. Now we get a nice attack back for 6, and we can play Watchdog. I don't know if we can steal this game with Ascension or not. I would say it's not looking good, for sure. We can't take a hit for 4, because then we get Turd Ogred for to death. But we have Ascension. Hey, thanks, Gamp15. Appreciate the subscription. So let's see. If they attack, I can Ascension and then Feet. And I want to do both. So, and I can't take the hit for 4. So I guess I can't play anything else here. So I got an Ascension. I'm going to go with the Tap Mauler, I think, over the Vigilance creature. If they don't have anything, we're in a winning position. Now, if they do have things, we're probably going to lose. Like, if they have anything. But we can make a 5/5 now, and then Turd Ogre's just chumping it. So, hopefully they don't have anything. Like, if their turn is Turd Ogre pass, we can attack with both creatures. Turd Ogre has to chump the 5/5, a 1/1 has to chump the 3/3. So I'm pretty sure I'm attacking with both. Turd Ogre's got to chump the 5/5, and then they can double block and kill the 3/3, or they can chump the 3/3. I'm happy either way. And of course, if they take it, it's still around the block. It has vigilance. And then we can just drop our cat. It'll grow. Yeah, okay. They had a Ranger's Guile, so they get the trade. Ouch. Don't let them come back with a 7-drop. No! They had to have that Ranger's Guile, or I would have won with the Angel. So we're 1 power short of taking down the Megalodon. They did use the Turd Ogre. I don't know why they didn't attack, but I'm grateful. Well, I think we've lost. It's been a while, but after the 2 wins, I'm pretty sure we can't come back now. Unlike my last opponent or my first opponent, I won't do death. Oh, I will do. Well, I don't have a choice. I was going to say I'll chump the Megalodon and take 5 rather than die, but I'm forced to block the Canopy Stalker, which means I take 6 and die. So, good game. Alright, this hand looks okay. Won't be able to curve out perfectly, but that's alright. I'm going to continue my greed and bottom that. I know it's tempting to top it because we have a 4-drop and we have a bunch of little white cards, but Flood is a much bigger concern than getting stuck on exactly 3. Firstly, it's a lot more likely we'll draw like 3 land in the next 4 cards than we'll draw 0 lands in the next 4 cards. And we just don't need that many lands. Like, obviously, if I knew I was going to draw no more lands, I would top that in this spot every time. But we're a 17-land deck. We can cast, like, every card in our hand except this, which we're 1 land away from. I fear Flood a lot more than I fear Screw, basically. Like, if you told me I was going to draw no lands in the next 3 cards, I would top that Plains. But I'm a lot more scared that I top the Plains and then draw 3 straight land than I am I bottom the Plains and draw no land. That's the best way I could explain it. Okay, I'm going to Scourge for 2 because I want to get it out. I've got the feats. I would like to win Ben Stein's money. Whenever I say my name, like at Starbucks or the casino for the wait list or whatever, and they don't hear it right, I say Ben like Ben Franklin, but with a lot less money. Boo. Was the boo because of the bad joke or because they Scorching Dragon fired my Scourge? No, I say I hate bad puns, not bad jokes. What is this, an LSB stream? I'm glad that we all as a community associate LSB with bad jokes now. Like, if I have one contribution to make to the Magic community, it would be making sure that everybody understands how bad LSV's puns and jokes are. You know, me and Marshall have had to suffer through them for years, like during coverage and just hanging out with them and stuff. So, you know, it's great that everybody understands our pain. All right, let's see. I could attack and feat. They could have something. I could feat again. That seems pretty unexciting. I think let's just build our board for this turn. That's actually great for me. Because now I can free it up with feet, get a counter on it, knock off the sphere. I mean, this attack isn't going to be great for me. I think, though, what I'll do is... I can't take, like, 9 here, so I think I can put the Savior on the Watchdog... I mean, on the Weird. The Watchdog on a Prowess token, sack the Savior, and the end result here is, like, I lose Savior, they lose a Prowess token, and then I only take 2, which is not a bad combat. Thank you, still got outs. Appreciate that subscription. I hope I still have outs. This turn, the plan is feed on Watchdog, knock off Sphere, then pump it immediately with the Veteran into their turn. That may change things. Let's see what they're bouncing. So if I give it Pro Blue, it won't get bounced. It'll get a counter. Then I can always Veteran it. And that actually gives me a nice double block on the Weird for this turn. So I think that's well worth doing. Especially because we have a second feat to knock off the Sphere later anyway. And now if I double block the Weird, as long as they don't have Opt, they can only kill one of my creatures. And I kill the Weird. I know I'm Pro Blue, not Pro Red, but as long as they don't have Opt here, I'm good. If they do, I'm completely destroyed. Cool. So we traded the big growing creature away. I'm happy about that. Now, what do we want to do? If I feed again, I didn't have... I just played a land, right? I only had 4 mana. I couldn't use Veteran. Like, I couldn't play feet and Veteran. I think it was just feet and feet then. And, like, yeah, I could have pro-red it and lived, but I don't know. Is that better? Like, I already have a target for feet to unlock that and have it grow. I would have, like, 4 or 5. I guess they couldn't kill the Veteran. So I'd have, like, an extra counter on a Watchdog. Yeah, I guess maybe that's slightly better. This is going to be a 3-3, then it would be a 4-4. Okay, let's see. That might be slightly better. It might be 1 extra counter, basically. Yeah, my opponent's also Ben S. I think I want to land the training. This kind of telegraphs what's going to happen, but I think that's okay. I'm not really worried about them killing the Watchdog in response to the feed or something like that. I just wanted to get my card out of my training. Yeah, it's 1 additional counter. You're right. That is better. Okay, end of turn. Feet Pro Blue. I know that if they have a counter or something, I stranded the training, but it's worth it because I wanted to pay 2, draw a card, use my mana. I can start using 6 to Tempered Veteran on itself. I'm not really that worried about the training. And if I was going to Feet and Veteran this turn, I was going to have 2 extra mana. So that's why I made the play I made. So that's a pretty nice draw. Now I can attack with the dog, and if they double block, they also have to have a blue like spell, because I can put 2 counters on it, one with the Veteran and one with the Sanctuary. So 4-2 going first. Let's see if they got it. Well, they said oops. I don't know if that means they have it or they don't. Looks like they may not. Sorry, Ben Stein. I'm coming for that money. Well, still a game. In fact, I'm probably going to lose now. I don't know how I erase that. Like, I don't die this turn, I die next turn, but what can I really do? So, let's say I attack with the Veteran and they take it. That puts them to 9. I can put down 5 power, so next turn I will have 3, 5, 6, 7. Otherwise, I'm not using the Veteran this turn if I drop my 2 creatures. I could drop the Watchdog and use the Veteran and the Sanctuary. That's less total power. So I think I'm going to attack. I know I don't have anything and it's a bluff, but they're probably not going to block with one of their flyers in this spot. And if they did, I would get a counter on the Mauler, so it's kind of the same amount of power and toughness. I don't know. We have a Faith Fetters. That would kill a flyer and gain 4, so that could win us this game if they don't have anything else. It's at least 1 out. Temple doesn't look like it's going to do it. 3, 5, 7. Counter from the Veteran, counter from Sanctuary. We're just dead. And remember when I bottomed that Plains, and now we have 8 lands, 9, and we just scryed another one to the bottom? I did miss the 1 land drop, but this is why, you know, I fear Flood more than I fear Screw. That's why I bottom lands in spots like that. We really just lost that game to having 11 lands or whatever. I mean, it was a good game, but I'm just saying, if we had 2 more spells, we would have won. I do agree the double feed on the dog was the better play. It's basically the same, but we get an extra counter. We get to attack with it 1 turn sooner. Although I don't know if we hadn't attacked that turn, because they still had to block that turn, I think. But either way, we get the 1 extra counter, which might be a few extra damage or something. So I agree. That would have been better for sure. Regardless of whether it would have won us the game or not, it would have been better. Yeah, Ghostlight seems good. No, I don't think if I kept Plains I would have won. I think I would have been flooded out even harder. They had plenty of removal and bounce to deal with my stuff, so even though I would have done my stuff a turn or 2 earlier, I would have had every spell I ended up having a turn later, and I would have ran out of steam and lost by more, I'm pretty sure. Now, if I had done the double feet play, which I think was better, I might have won the game, because it was a super close game, And I would have either been able to trade with a Ghost Light, but that might not have worked out better for me, because I did get in that one really nice attack with the doggo after I untapped it with the feat. Or I would have dealt a couple extra points of damage, which might have been enough, but probably not, because they dropped a blocker on the last turn anyway. I think most likely I would have lost that game no matter what. But nonetheless, I think the right play was the double feat. And I think the right play was bottom the plains. I think the bottoming the plains was correct. I think the not double feeding was incorrect. That was a mistake on my part. Okay, so I think I'm just going to go for dub, unless they have the uncommon bounce. I mean, red removal can't kill Hollow Blade. They don't have grasp. They're not black. I mean, I can't really get owned, I don't think. I mean, they could bounce it. There's one uncommon on Substantiate. Otherwise, they're 3 turns away from roaming Ghostlight. And if they go for Dragonfire Shock, whatever, I just discard a card. Discard a Forest. No biggie. Yeah, I almost always will play a Scryland for a single color. It helps prevent Flood and Screw. I mean, all at the cost of coming to play tap. Like, it's worth putting a land into play tap to get a Scry 1 in Limited, in general. Obviously, I've talked about this concept a lot. Tap lands have heavy diminishing returns. The third tap land is a lot more punishing than the first. So if you have like an on-color duel and a Scry land, you might not play a third Scry land, you know, like a second Scry land that's your third tap duel. But let's just pretend you're a normal 17 land deck, 9 forests, 8 plains. I would always play the first Scry land that's just green or white. It doesn't need to be green and white. If it's your first tap duel, I would always play it. Also, the less lands you have, the more punishing tap lands are. So if you're like a 15 land aggro best of 1 deck, you may be less inclined to play it than if you're a 17 land deck. But if you're like a normal 2-color 17 land deck, 9-8, I would always play the first tap land. The first Scry tap land. I wouldn't play like a 1-color on duel just to gain 1 life, unless I had like a gain 1 life synergies. But I would play like a Temple, even if it was only 1 color on. Okay, no decisions here. Just use as much mana, add as much power to the board as we can. And they didn't have it up at the time, so they would have still took the hit for 5, and then they would have soul seared it on their next turn, using their mana. But Shock and Dragonfire with the 2-up didn't do anything. But they could have had the bounce spell. But then I'd still get to play it again. I mean, obviously it would be a good turn for them if they had the bounce spell, but it's an uncommon, and not that much reason to put that in their hand over Shock or Dragonfire. We did not... In fact, I think I lost to back-to-back Bens. So while I like to talk about being the best Ben, I might actually be the worst Ben. So I attacked with both, because if they wanted to double block, that would be a good trade for me. Yeah, now they can attack the Elder. I can't really block, because they might just play an Opt. But it's just a loot. It's not a draw card. This is a high-pressure game. They can loot once. Well, if I'm your favorite Ben, that's what really counts to me. That's best Ben, if we're scoring properly. Alright, let's see. So, I'm going to assume they can trigger the Elder at least once, maybe twice. I don't think I really want to send anything but Hollow Blade here. It seems a little too risky. Pretty happy to just trade Hollow Blade for any of their resources or put them to 2. Clear the way for all my attackers. More doggos. Now that they're at 2, everyone is a lethal threat. Either. Whoa, Miserloo, whoa. Let's check the stats page. No, I'm just kidding. Ben Rubin's gas, obviously. There have actually been a lot of Big Bens in Magic. Ben Rubin, Ben Stark, Ben White, Ben Lundquist. Common name in Magic. Ben Sack. The Ben S. The Ben Sack. One of the lesser Bens, Halgrim. You probably haven't heard of him. Not unless honor guard. Bento box. I do like a bento box. I said Ben White's. Looks like they're going to Frost Breath here. Which is fine. We're at 20. We're not going to die before our creature's on tap. We're not. I don't think we're going to have an attack this turn. Hopefully we'll draw a land. We can just slap down Mauler. If not, I may have to play Training and then attack or not. With a land, it's pretty easy. Like, I could Fetters the Elder to attack with the 2 dogs, but I don't really want to trade them for 1/1 tokens anyway, especially when the Mauler's not out yet. So, I mean, with a creature, since we drew the land and we could just play the creature, now we can add an extra threat to the board. If they're ever tapped out, we'll probably have a lethal with Training. These creatures on tap in a turn. I'm not saying the opponent did anything wrong. This looks like a little aggro blue-red. Frost Breath looks quite good in this deck. But again, defensive Frost Breaths don't really work. It's a tempo card. If you can finish the game in 2 turns or put the opponent really far behind in 2 turns, then Frost Breath can be an incredible spell. But if you're just tapping stuff to not die to it, then they're going to untap in 2 turns and you're going to die to it anyway. And given they have, you know, two drops that are both somewhat aggressive and looty and, you know, shock and wizardry, I'm not saying Frost Breath is bad in their deck. Frost Breath looks good in their deck. I like Frost Breath a lot in this kind of a blue-red. I'm only pointing out how people always ask, like, why wouldn't you play that in control? You can stop 2 creatures from attacking you. Because if you're not going to finish the game over those 2 turns or get really far ahead, the creatures are going to untap, attack you, and kill you anyway. You're going down a card, effectively, just to gain life. Now, they're playing it hoping to tap big blockers and then hit for 6 and loot and, you know, get far ahead. So it's good in blue-red tempo. This is not a control deck with Keen Glidemaster and Goblin Wizardry making prowess tokens to attack with and pump and things like that. Just pointing that out. Alright, so let's see. They're at 2. Okay, well now they're almost certainly going to be dead. The combination of instant removal and trample is really powerful. Like, they're at 2. If I Training the Mauler, if they put like a 4/2 on it, I can... Well, they would still be dead, but if they put like a 4/2 and a 1/1 on it, I can then Ascension the 4/2, and then they'll take trample damage and die. And they have to put something on both Watchdogs. So actually, we know they're dead. Let's say they put a 1/1 on each Watchdog, because they have to. And we put Training on Mauler. That leaves Glidemaster and Ogre to block Mauler. Even if they double block, we'll Ascension the Ogre and then trample over for 3 and kill them. So we have game. Fetters makes them have to double chump, but it's better to lethal them than make them double chump. If we Fetters, we would have Fetters the Ogre, attack with all 3. They would go Glidemaster on 2/2, 1/1 on 2/2, and 1/1 on 3/3. But so they'd be in an awful shape, but they wouldn't be dead. Now they're literally dead because we're removing the blocker, and then we'll deal 1 and trample over for 3 because Training gives trample. So lethal better than double chump. Not much, LSV. What's up? We were just talking about you. You're welcome, Awakened. Yeah, we were talking about how you love good jokes and how your friends are really lucky because they always get to hear so many good jokes when they hang out with you. Wow, way to out me, Julio. Are you one of the LSV spies who hangs out in my stream taking notes so you can inform him of what we say? Cardboard Live should show you the deck list. I have it open. If it's not working, I apologize. Alright, so 2-lander on the play. We can cast Watchdog. We've got a Scry land. At this point, we're pretty much going to Scry like almost any spell to the bottom, any land to the top. Like, Wing Mirror wouldn't be a bad draw, but we really just need lands, especially Forest. Even though we don't actually have that expensive of cards, I mean, just think, if you drew Wing Mirror, would you choose to cycle it in exchange for the ability to draw a new card? And the answer is yes. We'd rather have a Forest, we'd rather have a white creature we can cast. We only had 2 lands. Now I want my Wing Mirror back, but we didn't know we were going to draw a land in 1 card. Okay, so this turn now just looks like attack. If they block, all Sanctuary. If they don't block, we'll play Pteranodon. I mean, I could have played the Plains turn too. I don't know. I probably shouldn't show them Sanctuary, but also if they made me discard 1, I would discard the Plains probably in that spot. But there isn't like a Burglar Rats. So some of that is just like automated without thinking about it, because if they did play discard 1, I probably would have discarded exactly Plains in that spot. But again, that doesn't even exist in the format, so it could have definitely been right to play Plains, not Sanctuary on turn 2. Okay, so let's see. In order to attack with Pteranodon, we need to play like Dub here. It's a good turn to Dub. They're tapped out. If we dub the Watchdog, though, they can still block the Ghoul on the Pteranodon. That's not great for us. If we dub the Pteranodon, they could block the Watchdog, but that's okay. I mean, this isn't that easy to bring back. I don't really want to lose the Watchdog because of the Animal Sanctuary, though. So I'm not 100% what to do here. I mean, I don't have to attack with the Pteranodon. I could always dub the Watchdog and hit with just it. Yeah, I guess if we're not going to use 4 mana with Ascension and Feet, then we could play the Temple first, but we have to decide that. We might just attack with both, Feet, whatever they block, and then we might want to play Plains and have Ascension up. Yeah, Dub Pteranodon doesn't die to 4/4 Grasp, but Dub Watchdog doesn't die to Swift Response. I think I'm just going to dub the Watchdog. I don't want to lose the Watchdog. It can attack and block. I don't need to attack with the Pteranodon. I can get a 4/4 via Ascension or a Feet counter anyway. So I think I'm going to dub the Watchdog. Well, I'll take another dub. I'll throw that one on the Pteranodon. And of course they have Grasp. Have I ever not been punished? Ever? Whatever line I choose, they always have whatever I didn't want them to have. Okay, so no decisions now, though. Let's dub the Pteranodon. And now we have Feet up to protect it, so that's kind of nice. Although I guess if they have Swift Response, I'm still going to have to knock it off, so that's not great. But got to try and find out. Don't do it. Thank you. Luck skill punishment. I think that was the right line. I stand by it. Because even though Grasp owned me there and I could have played around Grasp, Swift Response owns me the other way. And they're both commons that are going to be auto-includes in a black-white deck with some flyers and life gain stuff. So, I mean, like, and Swift Response can't touch the Doggo because it has Vigilance. So one way is better against Swift Response, one way is better against Grasp. And now we just own them good. They're going to double block because they can't race that. We're going to Feet. Oh, they're chumping? Okay, well. Then we don't even have to Feet for now, I guess. Which is better for them given I had the Feet, but I assume they would double block because it's... Oh, no, first strike. They can't double block. What am I saying? Don't mind me. So they did what they had to do. They jump blocked. So, let's see. Do I want to block with Chorister and Ascension? I'll get a 4/4 and they won't gain 4. It's not lethal. Well, now that they're tapped out, if they attack, I'm just going to Ascension, block, and then feed it, because now I don't have to worry about anything. If they attacked with their mana up, I probably wouldn't make that play, because it would be too vulnerable to Grasp of Darkness or anything else. Like, it would just be such a huge blowout. But now that they're tapped out, this looks pretty good, right? Yeah, the ghoul's coming back. I mean, I can't lethal them on my next turn. I don't want to let them gain 4 a turn. Ascension Feat looks good to me. I mean, then they have no block on the ground 5/5 First Striker and no block on a 5/5 Flyer, and they have to deal with both creatures. I think this is the right play. They don't even gain the 5. I'm pro-black. Or the 4, anyway. Neither of these can be pumped, right? Angel, Dinosaur Knight, Bird, Cat, Dog, Goat, Ox, Snake. Not Dinosaur, sadly. Hey, what's up, Nicol Bolas? One of my favorite draft YouTubers, if you're not familiar with his channel. I usually go on about once a set, and if I had his work ethic and made as many draft videos as him, I would practically own YouTube by now. If you're looking for constant new draft videos, definitely check out Nikolai Bolas' channel. Okay, I think I'm just attacking with both. I'm not really afraid of anything. This has First Strike. His name is the same, so if you just search for Nikolai Bolas on YouTube, I think you'll find his channel pretty easily. I'm not against the link being posted, I'm just saying. If it's not letting links get posted or whatever, but you can just search for that name, Nikolai Bolas, and you should find his videos. Like I said, he makes a ton of them. He's always got new draft videos up. So if the opponent doesn't have anything, this is definitely game. Oh no, I guess they can chump and stay up and go to 1. But again, still game, because what are they going to do? Chump with their Patrician, go to 1, chump again next turn. Granted, I'm flooding, so if they do have stuff and they kill one of my creatures, maybe they can get back into this. But they're still going to have to chump, even if they kill one of the 2. Yeah, but they don't have to chump the Pteranodon. Oh no, they'll die to a First Strike, you're right. So actually, yeah, maybe the Patrician doesn't save them here. If they block the Pteranodon, they don't gain the 1. If they block the Angel, they die to First Strike. You're right, they have to have removal or they're dead. As usual, chat 12,786. Ben, I think I got a few recently. Ben, like 13 or so. Alright, they have a Revitalize. No big deal, but they're not dead. So now they can chump 1 as long as they don't have anything else. I agree black-white can be underwhelming, but it can also be a good deck. If you get good removal, like, remember, it's not a combo deck. You're just drafting Grasp and Swift Response, and you're drafting Patricians. There's nothing wrong with playing a couple Revitalizes. Make sure you lower your land count by 1 if you've got a couple of cantrips that don't do a lot, like 2 Revitalizes in your deck. It's not like it's an all-in life gain synergy deck. It's like a deck that uses Silver, whatever, Ghoul and Patrician, plus just plays good removal and recursion and stuff. Like, black-white can make a nice grindy life gain, like, type deck. Well, this hand looks like an easy keep. Even though I'm Team Cats for life, we've got a pair of dogs. Animal Sanctuary would be a nice find. I'd probably bottom any non-Animal Sanctuary land, but if I see that, I'm topping it. Hello. That's an interesting one. I mean, we have 2 dogs, so we kind of want 2 dubs. I mean, there's definitely cards I'd rather draw than dub. Feet would probably be better. Animal Sanctuary would be better. Like, anything like Acolyte would be better. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to top or bottom this dub. I don't know. This is a really hard decision, I think. I think I really want something that puts counters on something. I think I'm going to bottom this. I also don't want to have to dub, like, on a given turn. If their mana's up and they're red, they have Shock and Dragonfire. So, like, I don't want to have nothing but dubs to do, really. I think it was a super close choice. Black-red is good. So the cheap removal is awesome in this format. So you have Grasp at black, and then Shock and Dragonfire at red. And I think those are the 3 best commons in the set. So black-red, you have the 3 best commons in the set: Shock, Dragonfire, and Grasp. Alright, their 2/2 can grow. Mine doesn't. Looks like a fine block to me. I could have dubbed while they were tapped, but I think we'll get the opportunity to do something better with it later anyway. Now I'm just going to put out another doggo to trade for the ogre. Okay, if I attack, they'll block with ogre, so the only way I can attack is if I dub. Seems better to play Pteranodon and Veteran this turn, so no attacks. So that's a good draw. We want the Scourge out first. So I'm pretty sure I'm just Scourging for 4. I mean, I could be cute and Scourge for 3 and then leave Veteran up to pump it. But of course, they might shock the Veteran response or something, so that just seems more cute than correct. So for now, let's just Scourge for 4, see if that can live. If it does, next turn, Acolyte, 2 counters, 2 more on the Scourge, Veteran up, life is good. Of course, that's if it lives. They might turn to slag it. But it's pretty nice that Shock and Dragonfire don't hit the Scourge here. So they'd have to spend their turn to kill it. They can't kill it, like, end of turn. Well, that went as poorly as possible. Shock the Veteran, salvo your other 2 good creatures. Jeez. That said, now I need this Watchdog to get dubbed and Acolyted, I think. So I think I'm not blocking. Hopefully they're out of removal. I could still block and then put the dub on the Acolyte, the lifelinker. It's kind of a tough call. Yeah, that was brutal. I thought we were looking great this game, but Salvo is a nice card. I wasn't like that worried about them having a single removal, but... So what do? Do I block or do I take it? If I take it, I drop Acolyte, I hit back for 3, or I dub it and then just hope they don't have removal and I'm good on board. The thing is, it's better to dub the Acolyte, but not even by that much, because the Watchdog has Vigilance. So I'm just going to take it. Now I can dub the Watchdog, and if they're out of removal and business, then they don't have attacks or blocks. Well, wait a minute. Now I can just dub the Chorister. That's just even better. If I knew I was going to draw Chorister, I would have blocked. So now I have I have a lot of choices. I could dub the Watchdog to have dub on the Vigilance creature, but I'd rather have dub on this Lifelinker, I think. I could attack for 2, play Chorister and dub it, which still stops both their creatures. I could play the Chorister and Acolyte, the Watchdog and Chorister, and save dub for next turn. Then I can trade like the Watchdog for the Ogre, take another 4, but then I have a Chorister with a counter on it. I have the Acolyte out. That looks good. Gets both Lifelinkers in play. If they have any removal, it means I'll probably pull the removal here, and then hopefully I can still win this game with dub if they don't have anything else. Which would be kind of awesome given how much they've done. If they attack with both, we can just put Acolyte on Ogre, Watchdog on, Acolyte on Onaka. They're both Ogres. Watchdog on Turret, make those trades, gain 2 life, and then we can dub the Chorister and try and ride that to victory. And even if they have, like, a green creature that's bigger, it's not going to be big enough. Okay, I don't mind this trade. Because this can pump +3/+3. So if we get dub on it, that means it's a 7/7 first strike lifelink. Kind of like a build your own Baneslayer scenario. So for now, though, I drew another 3/3 to play. I doubt they have like an instant removal for this Chorister. But I could always just pump the Chorister. And I have the Watchdog to block the Ogre anyway. So this turn, I think it's pretty clear we just attack with these two. If they take it, cool. If they block, they force me to pump. That means they have a pump spell or removal. But we'll work through it, and we still have our dub. We don't get blown out. We get blown out of our turn, but we still have the Watchdog to block the Ogre. No big deal. Instead of dubbing it and having them geyser away the dub, now they geyser away just Chorister and our turn. And then we can trade if we want. Now we don't want. We want to dub the Vigilance creature, right? We do have the Truffle Snout to dub. Maybe we just trade. These are both 3/3s. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to trade here. We don't really need the dub on a Vigilance creature. So I'm going to play into Turnislag and around Scorching Dragonfire and Shock. Dub it up. Hopefully they'll brick or draw something small. And if we don't get too flooded, we're obviously in a winning position. 5/5 first striker to nothing, now a 2/2. Well, that's the opposite of something small. Okay, so let's see. So I literally need 1 power and toughness more by training the Truffle Snout. This is Vigilance, though, so if they attack, I'm pretty much going to have to double block it. So it might be better to spread my resources and put training on the Mauler. Have I used my feats yet? No. So I could top deck a feat if I training the Truffle Snout. What else do I have? I don't have a lot of +1s. I have that dub that I bottomed, but it's on the bottom. I mean, I have to cast training because I have lots of great draws. The question is, where do I put it? If I draw one of my 2 feats, I'm going to really wish I put it on the Truffle Snout, I think. Oh, no, because I'd have to call... No, I don't have to call Pro Green. I just need +1/+1. I can call, like, Pro Black if they block with Warden. Training on Mauler isn't punished if we draw feat. It kind of is. I don't have an attack. If they attack, I guess I can still double block. Because if I give the training on the Snout, this is a 5/7. So I could just attack, and then if they block, I could just feat Pro Black or something like that. No need to call green, exactly. Oh, that's pretty annoying, but if I'm going to do an all-out attack, it's going to be next turn, not this turn. So let's wait a turn, see if we draw fetters or feet or something. I say that because we drew another nice attacker. Yuck. Why didn't I put the training on the Truffle Snout? I'm so dumb. So what do we do? I don't really see an attack right now. Without the 5/5, I would attack with all three. I think I just have to pass the turn. It's kind of rough. Top deck Fetters sounds good. I don't know how I win. I mean, they have the Avenger. So, I mean, I'm dying. They might be able to use it twice. 5, not now, but after they untap. 5, 8, 10 mana plus it. 11, 12, 13, 14, 6. How much? 5, 8, 10, 14. No, they're still just short of doing it twice. So I can wait one more turn if I want. I think I pretty much need to attack. The Mauler will untap if it lives. The Chorister will gain life. I think I pretty much have to try and get some favorable trades, hope they block bad. Because I'm just going to die to this Avenger. I'm not attacking because, like, you know, it's a stalemate and I need to do something. It's not a stalemate. I'm getting forward into turn, forward on their turn, forward the turn after that. The Chorister gains life here. And I have the feet, so this attack has some promise. Not saying it's going to work. Okay, let's see. So, I guess I can first strike out the mirror before anything else. No reason not to just do that. Nothing else has first strike. Feet doesn't give first strike. No, so let's go ahead and do first strike. Now let's decide what we want to do. So obviously I'm going to use feet on either Chorister or Mauler. I'm not going to use feet on Hollow Blade. They're currently taking 2 if I feet, 1 more for 3. I won't have any untapped creatures, though, if I feat the Chorister, not the Mauler, so I need to count and make sure I'll live. I mean, I will kill both of these, and I'll gain 5, so I'll be at 17. So 6, 10, 14, 18. I'll just die, right? So I have to feat the Mauler, I think. Not sure that's even better. I counted the lifelink. I go to 17, and then I still die. 6, 10, 14, end of my turn, and then 4 more on their turn. So they could deal me 18, and I would only go to 17. If I have the blocker, maybe I'm not dead. Because I'm only gaining 1 less life. I'm going to 16. They get to have an extra 5/5, but I'm probably just dead either way. Well, that'll certainly do it. They had mana for Leafkin end of turn. The Leafkin taps itself to add 3 or 4, and they had like 5 up. Yeah, that was a pretty good game. I mean, I was up a 5/5 first strike. I thought I was going to win, but hey, 4 and 3. Who called it? All right, let's jump back in the queue. They did. I mean, I had a good hand. Like, I had a good draw. I didn't even get flooded at the end. Like, that's a game I want to win. Like, my draw was good. But it is true that after the dust settled on that one turn, I was up a 5/5 first strike and then lost the game. They did outdraw me pretty well from there. But, you know, red-green has bigger stuff than green-white, and they had more lands than me to begin with. So, I mean, it is what it is. Do I think I would have won if I made this now to 6-5? I don't know. I might have. It would have definitely worked out better, because then I could have attacked with it and they would have had no profitable block. So I really don't know. Alright, let's see. So Tempered Veteran, really good in green-white. Not great outside of green-white, but if you start with a pick one, pack one, you prioritize all the counters matter stuff from, you know, white and whatever your second color is. The rest of these uncommons and rares aren't very good. 9 lives is good in, like, blue-white tutelage and stuff, but it's not good if you're trying to attack. The best common in this pack is probably Pride Malkin, which is fine. I think this is just a Tempered Veteran. Tempered Veteran's definitely better than Malkin. They're both one color. I don't see why I would take anything but Tempered Veteran out of this pack. I don't think Tempered Veteran's a great first pick. Just the right choice there. So now we have some some interesting choices. Leafkin Avenger and Waker of Waves are probably the best cards in the pack. Neither one really goes with Tempered Veteran, but we're not going to take Pegasus. We're not going to take Gorehorn. Waker's at its best in Blue-Black Reanimator because it discards itself, but it's still a fine card in any deck because you can always just pay 2 and discard it. Magmut for Red-White Aggro, definitely not far out of question, but I think it's too much less power level than Avenger or Waker. I think I'm just going to take Waker. Like, if we go White-Blue Flyers, Waker's not like a perfect fit, but sometimes you hit 7 mana, you can always just discard it for super cycling anyway. If we go Blue-Black Reanimator, Waker's amazing. If we go Blue-Red Spells, it's a fine card. So now, again, we have an interesting choice between 2 cards, Shock and Siege Striker. They're pretty close. And while we do have a white card and not a red card, it's almost a white-green-gold card, and blue-red is a good archetype, and blue-white is, like, okay, like Blue-White Flyers. I like Siege Striker. I kind of think Shock is just the better pick, though. Then we can go red-white, or red-blue, or blue-white. If we miss out on a Siege Striker from a blue-white control deck or a blue-white Flyers deck, I'm not going to mind that much. This draft is going kind of weird. Not necessarily bad. Like, Waker's a good uncommon 7-drop. Now we can take Kraken, which can be good in like a more controlling blue-red to win with, or a blue-white Flyers. Most of your blue-red decks really focus around Vidalian Arcanist and like Goblin Wizardry and like Mistral Singer and like a bunch of cantrips and stuff. This is looking more like, you know, some kind of actual control deck or something with Kraken and Waves. But, okay, I mean, it's Kraken over like Frostbreath here. I mean, there's not really anything else. So you got 2 pretty good blue big creatures. I don't really like big creatures in this format, but they're uncommons that can take over a game, and Waker has that super cycling ability. I'm definitely not taking Megalodon. Even if we go blue-red, or blue-black Reanimator, I'm not saying I wouldn't play a Megalodon, but we already have 2 good targets and we're 4 picks in. This looks like a pretty easy Kinetic Augur. If we see blue-red, even though Kraken and Waves aren't perfect fits in most blue-reds, so what? We'll draft it within mind that we have a 6 and a 7. The Waker has cycling. The 7 has cycling. So this is a pretty easy Kinetic Augur here. I do think the mirror is somewhat of a trap. I actually started writing about a blue-black Reanimator and then stopped because I got kind of like, well, this deck's not that good. I don't really draft it very much anymore. But sometimes it's still a good deck when you get the right cards. It's not like you never draft it. Speaking of traps, Chandra's Pyroling is okay because it's a 2-mana 1/3 anyway. But it's not that easy to turn on. It does work well with Magmuts. We could shock them. Could take Cliffs. Turret Ogre's okay. We already have a 4, a 6, and a 7. I don't really want Turret Ogre for blue-red here. I think I'm just taking Cliffs, yeah. So now there's Arcanist and Tide Skimmer. I think Arcanist is just the better card for this deck. Even though it doesn't cast stuff yet. I mean, there's infinite spells in this format. Plus, the blocker is better for a more controlling version, which we look to be. Skimmer has some upside in the more aggressive versions. But, I mean, we have a 7 and a 6 to win with that don't have flying. Even this is a powerful 4-drop that can generate card advantage. I don't think that Tide Skimmer is really going to overperform in this version of blue-red. Now it's Rewind and Rousing Reed, both cards that I like in this deck. Don't really have anything good to put the read on yet, but of course it's early in the draft. Counters just aren't great in this format. I don't know if these cards are going to matter. Guess I'm more likely to play the Ogre, especially with Rousing Reed. Now it's Read the Tides or Thrill of Possibility. Just going to take the Read for the more powerful card, get punished immediately with a second Read, but I'm still taking it over on playables. So the top of our curve, it's funny because LSB was in the house, and at the end of pack 1, we have 3 6s and a 7. Pretty solidified. So we need to try and keep the curve down, but I'll draft Arcanist pretty aggressively from here. Yeah, Tome and Anima kind of sucks. You just don't want to pay 4 for a 3/3. So easy Thrill here over a 7 and Lofty Denial. LSV saw the curve and he appreciates it. I don't think we're going to play Turret Ogre, but you never know. I mean, all we got to do is prioritize cheap removal. Whoa. Okay, I guess we're going to draft a blue-red control deck. Just prioritize card drawing so that we hit our land drops and defensive stuff. I'm talking about how we're going to take Arcanist and Shocks because we already have Read the Tides and late game, and then we open the best late game card in the format. Yeah, I'll take the walls now and take the aggressive stuff out now, and looks like we're going to draft a blue-red control deck because that's in Ugin, possibly the best card in the format. I mean, casting cost aside, it certainly is. Meteorite might be playable with these expensive cards to use it towards. I think I still want Opt here, though. That also helps you make your land drops. Expensive removal is not what this deck needs with this good of a late game. We'll be valuing Shock and Scorching Dragonfire quite highly so we can kill stuff and not get run over. But by the time we're turn mislagging, we're just doing all this stuff anyway. That's not to say we won't play it necessarily, but I might just want the Temple to help hit land drops. I think I'm just going to take the Temple. Because this is going to be like a 17 land control deck with card drawing, and the Temple helps us hit land drops. Alright, so I don't love Furious Rise in blue-red, but I mean, it's over nothing now, right? And what do we have? We have a few 4s, so depending on what we get the rest of the way. In fact, the Turret Ogre becomes more playable because it has reach. It's actually an okay blocker. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think I'm going to play Furious Rise in this deck, but if I don't take it, I'm taking Burn Bright or Shore Strike, which are fine cards for a Wizardry offensive version, but that's not what we're drafting. Whereas Furious Rise is actually good in a defensive deck. It's a way to draw cards every turn. Alright, sticking with the theme, now we have to take the 5-mana card, because Dowser is just awesome. We're really going to prioritize cheap cards over expensive ones, but now it's Dowser over, like, Pyroling for sure. I don't think we're going to play any of these, but if we do, maybe Arsonist is actually a decent blocker. This card is actually a better blocker than attacker, if that's counterintuitive, because if they attack with a 2/2 or 3/2, you can block and kill it, whereas if you attack, they can just take 1 and then attack you back. I'm hoping the Arsonist doesn't make our deck, but if we end up short on the early game plays, then we could play it. It's pretty fitting that LSV is in the house, and my total casting cost in the middle of Pack 2 is roughly 100. Now there's a blue-red temple. I would certainly... We already have 2 tap lands. Like, I would certainly take Thrill over, like, another red-white temple. I don't think this deck really wants Mistral Singer. We're not looking to poke them in the air for 2 and 3. We're going to close with our late game. I'd play another Thrill, but I think the blue-red temple is just better for us. Just another Scry duel to help us hit our land drops up to Ugin. That's Larcenist over nothing. So, now I'm going to take Rewind, because we're drafting a control deck. It's still not a good card unless you can spend the mana. Right now, we have, like, Shocked and Thrill. That's pretty cheap. But we might see Capture Spheres. Frost Breath offers us nothing, because, like I said, we're a defensive deck, and I talked about this last draft. Thanks, Reed Snake. Appreciate that subscription. Now we'll take turns. Still better than Devils, of course. I mean, this deck's, like, looking okay. Like, I don't love the way some of this looks, but then our late game is incredible. I mean, we have Waker and Ugin. And, like, Ugin wins the game virtually every time it's cast. The hard part is just getting there and casting it. But with 2 Scrylands, Opt, Thrill, card drawing, like, this is a deck that can cast its Ugin if we can survive. So I'd really like some Shocks and Dragonfires, just things that kill early good attackers in prolonged games, so that we can get up to Ugin and Waker the waves to win with. More Arcanists would be nice. These double read are a little dicey if we only end up with 1 Arcanist, but if we can get another Arcanist or 2, they become considerably easier to cast. Palladium Mirror would be lovely, I agree. Kinetic Augur also helps. Chuck our early drops or 1 expensive card, find lands, play Ugin, win. Tutelage would be a great draw. That's another win condition to build around for a deck like this. And we have Opt and 2 Thrills. Reads. I doubt this is a deck that can really use Animal Sanctuary. No, literally nothing. Again, this isn't really a Wizardry version. I'm not saying we won't play Wizardry. It's okay. I mean, it plays well with Rewind. We're still a lot of spells, including a lot of instants, so it could be hard to attack into. And I mean, look, sometimes we'll win as an offensive deck with Wizardry if we draw the right set of cards, right? I know this looks like a wall, but I mean, we'll probably table the wall. I think Wizardry is still a good card in this deck. I mean, it's a spell for Augur. We can rewind something and then play Wizardry. And if they want to attack on the ground, these things are very threatening if we have our mana up. They're hard to attack into. We might have Opt and Thrill and Shock. Like, we are still a blue-red spells deck. I'm not going to play stuff like Burn Bright to try and kill them with Burn Bright Wizardry when we have this late game. But Wizardry is still hard to attack into. It's still a good card. Yeah, I think now we'll grab Weird. These Geyser are weird. Geyser's kind of slow, expensive removal. That's kind of the opposite of what we need. So we'll grab Weird. I'm not saying I wouldn't play Geyser, but it's just not exciting. I hate to say it, but we're going to take Arcanist. We need early drops. I think with 2 Thrills already, maybe we'll table 1 anyway or turn to Slag. I think this is actually a pretty easy Arcanist. Again, now we're just deciding between Arcanist and Rewind. We still don't have a lot that works with Rewind. We have the Thrill of possibilities and the 1 Wizardry that works with it nicely. I think we just want Arcanist. It lets us go turn 3 Rewind or Wizardry, turn 4 turn 5 Read. Plus, it's a good blocker in this deck. I think Arcanist is pretty good for us. Easy Experimental Overload. Even if we're just getting back Thrill or something, we have plenty of instants and sorceries. This is just a very good limited card. Still a blue-red spells deck. It's just one with a good late game and a little bit more defensive focused and not offensive focused. Because of that, maybe we'll play Crab, maybe we won't. Hopefully not. It looks like you can say blue-red was open in this draft. 7th pick. Can I have this whole pack? Baron and Thralling Hold are both excellent. Riddle Form is excellent. Arcanist would be fine. Read the Tides is fine, though we're not going to take it because we already have 2. I think Enthralling Hold is the best of these cards, especially if we're a defensive deck and they're looking to attack us. If we were like a really aggressive deck, I might take Baron or Riddle Form over it. But as a defensive deck with late game, I think Enthralling Hold offers us the most. Okay, easy Wizardry here. Plays nice with the Rewind, plus the 3 Arcanists. Now we can do it on turn 3. The inventories would be fine for us, but it's too late. I think I'll just take Crash Through as a way to trigger our prowess stuff. So there's 3 lands, so 25. We're going to play 17 because we have the late game. So we have to cut some stuff. Ogre looks like a pretty easy cut. And then maybe like Kraken, maybe not, I don't know. I guess we could play 16 lands, even with Ugin. I mean, we do have 2 Scry lands, Opt, Crash Through, 3 Thrill of Possibilities. Larcenist is probably cuttable too. We don't have a lot of removal. It's going to be tough to get Larcenist through. I like Library Larcenist in these decks a lot of the time because you have Rousing Read and you have Shocks and Dragonfires. But of course, we have 0 Dragonfires and 1 Shock. And you also draw your Shocks and Dragonfires more than you would think because you have all these Opts and Thrills and Crash Throughs. So if we had like 2 Shocks, 1 Dragonfire, I would like Larcenist because it would be pretty easy to get Larcenist through. But given we actually have 1 Shock, no Dragonfires, and very little bounce and removal, I think cutting the Larcenist makes sense. We don't have any Magmuts. We did pick up 3 Arcanists, so we're not interested in Pyroling, really. I guess I'll just take Thrill number 4. Maybe Singer's playable in this deck after all. The previous time when I passed it, I thought we were going to be ultra defensive. But this pack, we did get 2 Wizardries, Weird, some cheap cantrips. We're still a defensive version, of course, with 3 Arcanists and Ugin and Read the Tides. But I think a Singer might be playable now. Probably going to cut Kraken. It's decent with the playing like your Thrills on their turn and tapping things. But that's a game we're probably going to win anyway. And, like, Read the Tides is just better with all these Arcanists. I can bounce 2 creatures. If I already have lands and Ugin, I can draw cards if I need to. I think Kraken is a cut. And then I'm not sure. We could cut a land. Even though we can use our lands pretty well, we do have 3 Thrill of Possibilities, Opt and Crash Through. Or we could cut, this Red-White Temple. It is our 3rd tap land, like I've talked about, heavy diminishing returns there. And, I mean, we still have 2 blue-red duels, so we'll have more than enough blue and red sources on 16 lands. And then, I mean, this is just a cantrip, but I don't want to cut it with Weird, Singer, Overload, Augur, Double Wizardry. Like, I want to put spells in the yard. Oops. I'm not cutting Waker, but I think this is right. This gives us 9 blue, 9 red. Opt, Crash Through, 3 Thrills, 3 Arcanists. This looks right to me. Crash Through is cuttable, but at the end of the day, it synergizes with a lot of cards in our deck. It synergizes with Weird, Singer, Augur, Experimental Overload, Double Goblin Wizardry. Rousing Read on an Arcanist will turn it into a real creature when it's not doing much. I think I like the 1 Rousing Read. We could get rolled by aggro decks, but if we play first, we have our 1 Shock, we have 3 Arcanists. If they don't have an incredible draw, they may not roll us. I guess I'll just cantrip that into the graveyard. Seems better than bottoming it. Like I said, it pumps Kinetic Ogre and Experimental Overload. I do prefer Screw to Flood because when you're screwed, you're like 1 land away from getting there, and you can sometimes sneak out tight games. When you're flooded, I mean, unless you play something like Ugin, you're just going to lose. I do think it's generally better to be screwed than flooded and limited. I'm not planning to Thrill here on turn 2. I can Crash Through and Opt. So my plan is just to Crash Through, and then get cycle that for information, and now I'll Opt into turn. And since I drew land 4, like now I know I'm bottoming lands, I can like dig up Ugin or my other power cards. Alright, no decisions here really. Put out the Singer. So I think I might just chill. I mean, I could attack, but if they activate Riddle Form, I can play Thrill and Shock, and then Singer will just eat Riddle Form. So that looks pretty good. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but remember, I'm always looking to prolong games. I'm the Waker of Waves Ugin deck here. Double Read the Tides to draw 3. So I'm good with a stalemate, and if they get aggressive, can't go that badly for me. I mean, if they, like, you know, capture Sphere the Singer, I don't have anything to do about the Riddle Form, but so what? I missed an attack. Like, this isn't an aggro deck. If they put out a good target for turn to slag, I can plan a turn to slag it. If not, I can Thrill discarding turn to slag. We know we want to get up to 7 because we have Waker. With Shock just seems better as an instant with Singer. I mean, obviously it depends what they play. If they do nothing, I might not even Thrill. I don't want to get it countered. I think I'm just going to chill. We can get more information. Like I said, I'm not in a rush to do anything. I've got an Ugin in my library, a Waker in my hand. Just looking to chill. They can have a scry. It's cool. Also, like, we don't really want to throw lands away now, but once we get up to, like, 7, we will. So if we don't do anything and we just hold on to Thrill for later, it may have more value later in the game. So I'm chilling. I'm doing nothing. Okay, that's a bit of a curveball. Now I kind of want to cast these instants. I think I'm going to turn to slag the Singer. If they have feed, I have Shock in response. I guess not attacking now is kind of absurd. They have to trigger Riddle Form to attack with it to deal around the same amount of damage. I mean, I didn't want to trade blows. I want to extend the game, obviously. But at this point, it's like 3 for 1. I don't know. It's so hard to predict Tues-Thurs. I normally wouldn't shock that, but I kind of want to cast Experimental Overload, so I think I am going to shock it. They just turned it into a 2-1 flyer instead of just a 1-1, plus I want to Overload. Oh no, now that I drew land, I'm just going to slap down Waker. This will probably get countered. They've been leaving mana up. But I'd actually rather resolve Overload, I think, than Waker if they have a counter. So, seems right to me. Yeah, well, clearly they don't have a counter unless they're about to kill the Waker. There's no way. Well, that could be a reason. Now they can just eat the 7-7 with the 7-8. I can Overload and then shock it, potentially. What is it, an extra 3? So 4 for Overload and 4 for shock. So I can do that. Not great, not horrible. Yeah, or I could shock the 1-1, I guess. And then I wouldn't have to attack with the Waker. That might be better. That's probably better, right? So let's say I Thrill Overload for 5, and then I shock the 1-1 so I don't have to attack, and then I can hit with the Singer, and then I have a 5-5 Overload token. What was the punt? That looks like the right turn to me. Do you want to kill your own creature? Sadly, yes. I don't think it's better to trade. The Waker shrinks all their stuff. I'm ahead. Oh, yeah, maybe I should have switched after Thrilling to Rousing Reading, but I mean, I could still Rousing Read next turn. It's not like the Waker has to attack now that the token was gone. Read was certainly not lethal. It may have been the better play after I drew it. It's like 8, 9 more damage. But yeah, if they tap out, I can just lethal them next turn with it. And I mean, they still have 3 cards in hand. I'm not saying it wasn't better to read. It might have been. I didn't think enough about switching gears. But remember, I would have had to attack, so, I mean, if I read, I'm not overloading. The 1/1 can get 8 in their bounce, and then I have to attack with everything again next turn when their mana's up. I think it's probably better to read, and I definitely should have thought about it. But I also think it's close. I can still read next turn, and if I didn't shock my 1/1 token, that would just bounce off their wall, and they would leave it out, and all my creatures would have to attack every turn, and then their mana would be up next turn, potentially. So, I mean, I think it was a close choice. Okay, we can't lethal now on board this turn, but we can still read the Waker. I might want to play the Weird first to grow it. I might not. 6, 7, +2 here. The +1/+1 and the prowess is 9. So we're probably not getting 12. So I think it makes sense to start growing our Weird. Plus we already have an Arcanist to discard to the Rousing Read. If we don't draw a land. Yeah, it's not an aggro format. LSV is just in heaven right now. It's just a who can draw more cards and play bigger things format. The least aggressive game of M21 of all time, I agree. There's more casting cost in this game of M21 than there are in some matches of M21. They cast 2 7s. I cast a 7 and Experimental Overload, and I'm gonna cast Ugin probably. I'm 1 land short at the moment. Is this even M21? Yeah, who knows? Alright, I guess I just play Ugin. Let's see. I don't have an attack. I'm not forced to attack. The token is gone. Yeah, I'm just going to play Ugin, see if they have a counter or not. I mean, I'm not going to give them time to scry and try and find it. Cool. As soon as Dom's available on Arena, I'll be Doming. Tomorrow's kind of an interesting day. I have stuff. I can't tell you what's going to happen. Not because it's, like, secretive, just because it's, like, in the works. It's my grandma's 98th birthday, so I might go to, like, an early dinner with her and then do a late stream. And it wouldn't even be that late, just later than my usual. I think the plan is, like, an early dinner. My family, I mean, my parents and my sister are going to an early dinner with her at, like, 4:30 to celebrate her 98th birthday. So I could start the stream at, like, 7 instead of, like, 3 and just do a late stream. But also, Lola Man is organizing one of those streamer drafts, and that requires agreeing on the time between everybody. And that's already, like, tentative for later, so, like, I'm not sure. I'm probably going to stream tomorrow. I'm probably going to do Dominaria, but I'm not sure what time it's going to start, and it might be a streamer pod, it might not. We're working on organizing that. I know, 98, isn't it incredible? She's my only living grandparent. My most recent one to pass, besides her, passed in 2005. She's like, and they were all old. My other 3, you know, they all passed on, but they were all in their 80s, you know. But my one grandma, she's 98. It's awesome. She's born in 1922. Dom isn't my favorite format of all time, but it's my favorite format besides Modern Masters and Modern Horizons type stuff of the past, like, 10 years. I still like Champions more than Dom. Sorry, Limbo Goomba. Okay, let's see. I think I want to thrill. Maybe not. I don't really know what I need. I mean, the reason to thrill is to increase my chances at having a play next turn. What am I going to discard, though? I have Ugin, so I'm not discarding lands. I could discard Wizardry. Just like, I'm probably not going to get super flooded because, I mean, I'm only playing 16 lands and I do have 2 more thrills. Yeah, I'm never pitching Ugin. I could pitch a land. I could pitch Read the Tides. I could pitch Wizardry. Literally, I could not thrill. I would never pitch Ugin in a spot like this. Obviously, if I had a bunch of early action. I think I'm just going to draw. This is a control card. I don't actually want to discard any of these. Just because we can cast our card doesn't mean we need to, right? We're under, like, no pressure. We have the ultimate late game. They're drawing cards. If I thrill after Wizardry, I'll get a little more value potentially that way. So now I'm going to attack, and then I'm going to play Arcanist. The reason for this line is because then it turns on Read. Yeah, I could Wizardry, and if I draw land, I could Read, and it's much nicer curve-wise. But again, I don't have anything I want to thrill. I don't want to miss any land drops. I just want to draw cards, make my land drops. They're not pressuring me. They're drawing cards. I've got the best late game in the format. So all I really want to do now is ensure that I don't miss land drops. I could thrill away the Wizardry now, potentially, the way this game has gone. Wizardry is a good card in my deck. I do have a ton of spells. I know next turn I'm going to Read. But again, Thrill's pretty cheap, and I might want a Wizardry after that. I don't think holding an Arcanist up does anything, and I'm not going to attack with it. So let's just tap it to Read and draw 3. We might draw a tap land. We might draw Mountain and Shock. I see no reason to play the land and tap that for Read instead of tapping the Arcanist. I mean, part of why I liked holding the Wizardry and the Thrill is now we can make them into 2/2s to block with, potentially. Like, this turn, I can go Wizardry and Thrill and have pretty good blocks on 3/3s and 2/2s. And now I can discard a land. Even though this is 7 and 8 for Ugin, I'm drawing 2 more cards. I'm 1 land away. I'm not worried. So now I'm going to go for that. I'm just going to block the Steed with, like, everything. I don't think there's anything that super blows me out. I guess Death Touch and +1/+1. But I don't even care. It would be a 3 for 2. I don't need these Arcanists in play. I could end up Ugining minusing anyway. And I would still kill the Steed. So if they play Chemist, Gift, or whatever, good beats. Who cares? Or Feat. Same thing. They kill the 2 tokens. Big deal. Ugin Privilege, yeah. Okay, looks like we just dropped Waker. Seems like a pretty straightforward turn. I know, I greedily discarded the Ugin land. Maybe I should have discarded Turn to Slag, but I can always Turn to Slag these threats, and I'm 1 land away from Ugin now. Like, I have to draw it sooner or later. So, now I'm just going to chump the 4/4, unless they send everything, in which case I would double block the 2/2. So, we drew the tap land, so we have Ugin for next turn. So for this turn, our choices are hold the Swooper, but we can Ugin that. Turn to Slag the Steed looks good. Then we can Ugin the Swooper or wipe the board, depending on what they do. That seems right. Okay, no problem. As long as they don't somehow accidentally kill me this turn. Next turn, we'll just Ugin and wipe the board. And let me introduce you to a card that is only fit for Constructed and not for Limited. Oh yeah, Ugin is dumb. Ugin's real dumb. It's not kinda dumb, it's not sorta dumb, it's real dumb. At least they had the removal for it. Okay, let's see. So, we have 8 mana, so we can play Augur and Wizardry. We're going to discard Island. Do we hold on to Hold, or do we discard Hold? I mean, we're at 7, so we're not going to take too many more attacks, but we'll probably get the opportunity to steal a tapped creature. I think Augur, discard Island, plan to play Wizardry. Looks right. So that makes it a lot easier. Now that we have the Rewind to protect us, I'm going to crash through, plan to attack with the Augur and the 4/4. If I draw another spell, then I can attack with the tokens as well. But I want to cycle to crash through anyway. Even if the Prowess tokens don't end up getting to attack this turn, it's not that big of a deal. Cool. Well, if they could, oh, you're saying they could do it during my upkeep so that I don't get to attack with the Angel, but yeah, then it turns counters on, and then the game is over. So if they felt like they could beat a counter spell, then that would be a reason to do it on their turn. Alright, no blue, but we've got Thrill, so we're keeping. Oh, Ugin isn't fair, but remember, 8 is half the lands in your deck in a lot of decks, or almost half if you're 17. So if you're like, you know, a little aggro deck with 16 or 17 lands, Ugin is not easy to cast. Now, obviously, I drafted a bunch of card drawing, like Scry lands. Like, this is a deck that should cast its Ugin pretty much whenever it hits 8 lands. Like, I may die to attackers beforehand, but I should be able to make my land drops almost at will. But, like, a lot of my deck, in order to do that, is basically just Thrill of Possibilities and Ops and Cyclers and stuff like that. So if we draw an Island, this is awesome. Turn 2 Arcanist, turn 3 Wizardry. If we don't, then we're going to have to Thrill, most likely, unless we draw another Mountain, I'll discard Arcanist. If we draw a Mountain, I'll probably discard Mountain. I would still take it and play it, but I might take a good common over it if I had a good aggro deck. Like, if in pack 3 I'm white-red aggro, and I open, like, Shock and Ugin, and I'm 8 plains, 8 mountains, no card drawing aggro, I'd probably take Shock. So, unfortunately, we drew the Temple. Think I'm just going to play that here. Again, we're not really in a hurry to Thrill. Don't need that land. Now I'll just, you know, go Singer and then Wizardry. And obviously, it would have been way better if that was an Island. I could go, like, turn 2 Arcanist, turn 3 Wizardry, but what are you going to do? They played a ground wall anyway, so getting the Singer going should have value. Hey, Ugin, why did I scry that land to the bottom? If I knew I was going to draw Ugin, I would have topped it. But obviously with 4 lands and Thrill, there was not much reason to top it. But Arcanist doesn't cast Ugin, so for now we can just plan the Wizardry and then thrill away the Arcanist. Make our land drops to Ugin. I mean, they might have a counter, they might not. This isn't constructed. Just because they're blue-white doesn't mean Ugin's not amazing against them. It might be even better against them because their deck might be slower, and if they just don't have a counter in hand and or up, then Ugin still wins the game. So, no real decisions here. Even though I want to deal with the flyer and I want to prolong the game, I can take like a hit for 2. So I'm going to Wizardry here, then I'll draw, and like I said, most likely I'll throw away the Arcanist because lands cast Ugin and Arcanist doesn't, but we'll see what we draw, of course. I mean, while I would very rarely put away a land with Ugin in hand, I mean, with it in the deck, I mean, we don't know if we're going to draw Ugin or not. And like I said, the deck is really good at pulling up its land. You have Opt, Crash Through, 3 Thrill of Possibilities, Double Read the Tides, Rousing Read, Experimental Overload to get them back, Kinetic Augur can dig up lands. Like, this is practically a cantrip. This is like cantrip.deck. It's like pretty hard for me to stumble on lands if that's what I want to be doing. Now, I may get run over. Even 2 of my lands scry, or one of them scries. I think I cut the other one in favor of the blue-red duel. Now, I may just get ran over while I'm sitting around playing cantrips, making land drops, and not impacting the board. That's always a concern. Okay, so let's thrill, see if we can find anything else to do. I know we don't have an attack with these right now, but so be it. I think I'm going to keep the Cliffs for a life. Oh, I'm going to keep both lands. I'm just getting rid of Arcanist. Because I have 6 lands in Ugin. I want lands. Okay, so maybe they won't block with the Warded Battlements out of fear of losing it to a cantrip. I can't block Singer with my ground creatures anyway, so I'm going to attack with both. They're definitely going to block one with Wall of Runes. They might block the other with Battlements. They might take 2. And then post-combat, I'm going to actually play this. Do I play Land Weird, or do I play Swiftwater Cliff so I can play Reed next turn? I guess I can play Land Weird, because if I draw a spell, I can probably cast it and play Cliffs. And if I draw a land, I can play the land and play Reed anyway. So I think I'm going to play Land Weird. If I draw an on-tap land, I can play Reed. If I draw a spell, I can probably cast it and play Cliffs. I have a couple of 6-drops, like I could draw Waker, or I could draw the other Reed. But pretty much any other spell I can cast. So this gives me a good turn next turn almost every time. If I draw a land, I just play Land Reed, the same as if I put the Cliffs in play. If I draw a spell, I play Cliffs and the spell. Don't sound so happy about it, Amy. I was happy about it. I was already drafting like a blue-red control-ish, like with card drawing and a not a very aggressive version when I opened it. Oh yeah, it was gross last game. The opponent was slaughtering me on board, and then I was just like, Ugin -5, kill all your stuff, game over. What game are we in? 3, I think? I think we're 2-0. I think we're 2-0. I won that game against the opposing Waker, and then I beat the black-white deck with the Ugin. We're definitely 2-0. So that's not a spell I can cast or a land, so that's about the draw that works the least. But we still don't miss a land drop. We can rewind anything they play next turn if they play anything, and then after that, read the Tides and then Ugin. So, if they don't have a counter, I don't think we're dying in 2 attacks. It's not impossible with the Warden and the Glide Master, the Warded Battlements, but they're not going to have haste creatures. So if they don't have a counter, we should hopefully find 2 straight lands in 5 cards. We have draw step, 3 cards, draw step. Which is not guaranteed, but, you know, could happen. And also we can spend a mana on Opt or Thrill or whatever on the following turn. Rewind isn't great in this format, but this is a pretty controlling deck, and I have a few ways to spend the mana. I've got a bunch of Thrills. I can also play it turn 3 because I have Triple Arcanist. This is a deck that's looking to play long games, not, like, pressure the opponent that much. So Rewind is better in this deck than it is in most blue-reds, but still not great. So that's an interesting one. Now, do we want to read or do we want to thrill? I guess if I'm thrilling and I'm not discarding Rewind, I'm discarding Read. So I guess it is Read, just draw 3 still. I mean, the walls can't attack, so it's pretty hard for them to lethal me. I mean, I bottomed 1 land before we have Ugin. I even thrilled discarding Arcanist. I didn't discard any lands this game or anything. Nothing greedy. No land in the 3 cards. Yuck. I'm going to pass. I could attack and then get in a few points of damage, but then they wouldn't have to give this flying to attack back with it. I'd rather make them spend the mana. Life is bad. I agree. Definitely hoping to hit at least 1 land there. We already have both our tap lands, so I mean the hope was to Ugin next turn. We might die now. We don't really have that much to interact with flyers. I have the 1 shock, which we also didn't draw. Well, Waker could bait out a counter, except the problem is we'd be dead. Yeah, baiting out a counter isn't good at the moment, because we'd literally be dead. If I play the Waker, I'm dead on board, so that's not going to work. I'm not actually sure if I even have outs. Those are both 3 power flyers. That's a 3rd 3 power flyer. I don't know if we can win this game. Needed to play Ugin this turn. Do we have any outs? Do we have any ability to win? I could try and lethal them. Like, I have Crash Through and Thrill for 2 spells. Can maybe find more spells. Probably not going to be 20, though. Yeah, I guess let's just start with Crash Through, the cheapest one, see what we get. Yeah, Rousing Read could help and shock. I mean, it's highly unlikely we're going to lethal them, but I guess it's not impossible. Thrill, I don't know, it doesn't matter what we discard. We can't cast Augur. So we have 1 more spell now with Wizardry. That's nowhere near lethal. I mean, we just can't win. This is just a waste of effort. If I rewind my own spell, even though I untap the lands, the spell doesn't resolve, so I wouldn't have gotten more cards. So there's never really a good opportunity to do that there. I would have cycled the Walker. I know I could have. We just didn't, like, there's no outs. Like, if I cycle it in a shock, we don't win. We're well short. Okay, pretty good hand. Shock's probably the card I want to see in my opening hand the most because the stack's a little slow. Although that kind of counteracts it. That can always save the next creature from shock, and they might have feet, so I'm just going to shock it now. A lot of times in a spot like this, I would take one and wait until end of turn, like if that was a chorister, because I might rather shock their 2-drop. But this is an exception, because this little doggo will just save their 2-drop. So we would just be taking a point of damage for no reason. Because if they play a 2-drop we want to shock, we'd shock it and they just sack the savior anyway. So we might as well save a point. Oh, I love animals. I would never hurt dogs. Just because I like cats better than dogs doesn't mean I'm anti-dog. I just prefer cats. Dogs are great too. Just not as great. So now I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I want a wizardry. It's so much more mana efficient. But if I play the Arcanist, that gives me access to 5 mana to turn to slag away that threat. And I'm only 1 land away from Read the Tides. But I mean, I could also pass and then block in wizardry. It's bad for me if they have a cantrip, but they are blue-white, not blue-red. There's not that many. They might have an opt. I think I just attack and play Arcanist. I know it's not mana efficient, but the Arcanist is just like a ramp spell at this point, since I have Turn to Slag, Wizardry, and Read the Tides. So I really want to get it out, right? Now what do we want to do? A lot of options on the table. I could even bounce both their creatures. I mean, it's better against feet. If I turn to Slag, I guess I still have the Singer. I can turn to Slag the Singer. And then I still have the Singer to block the Watcher. Even if they have feet here, they have to also play a Flyer. So it's not that bad. It's not good, but... it's not super surprising. But hopefully they don't also have, like, a Flyer to pump this Watcher. The problem is I couldn't cast Shock. If I played Shipwreck to get Shock, I didn't have the 1 mana remaining to cast the Shock. I can't use Arcanist to cast Shock or Shipwreck Dowser. So we can Temple first. Don't think I need that. Next turn I can go Shipwreck Shock. And then do I just Read the Tides bouncing their stuff? It's kind of embarrassing, but... oh, I could bounce my Singer in theirs. That's probably the right play. Just frees up my Singer, and next turn I can block with it. I mean, we can win if they don't have anything else. Like, we can beat the Singer and the Watcher. Not saying we're gonna win, but we can. Crab definitely doesn't beat us. So if they brick this turn, yeah, we're okay. Because we can cast the Wizardry on their turn to turn our Singer into a 3/3 and eat one of theirs. We lose if they draw removal or something, but if they brick here, we're fine. And we can turn this game. We can then Dowser back Shock or Read the Tides. So as long as they brick this turn, like, this is a game we can definitely turn. We need them to brick for, like, a turn or two. And they could draw, like, a random ground creature or whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we're 1 land away from that. I'm pretty sure this is just Dowser getting back shock. Now we do have that extra land in play. Still no attacks, but after we drop the Waker, I'll be a lot more comfortable. Or if I draw a counterspell. Okay, so I think I can crash through and then probably attack on the ground, like with the Dowser and the tokens. If they block, like, crab on one, I can always shock one of the flyers. This is kind of dicey, but we do have rewind. I guess I can attack with just Dowser. And then I have more ground blockers. That's a little safer. Now they either take 4. If they put Crab in front of it, I'll shock, like, Watcher, and we'll kill Crab and Watcher for shock. It's decent. Actually, is this comes into player cast? Enters the battlefield? Maybe I'll shock Singer. I doubt they're holding a spell right now. And if they play a flyer, I can rewind it. If they play a spell, I can rewind it, but it'll still trigger the Singer. Oh, but then that would trigger my Singer, so I could block. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to shock Singer or Watcher. Like, if they block Crab on Dowser, I'm definitely shocking one of the 2/2 flyers. I killed the Crab and one of the flyers. Just not sure which one I'm supposed to shock. Yeah, Watcher is the safer play. Well, I wasn't expecting all this. Okay. So if I shock one, I can still kill 2 more creatures and leave them with just Crab, which does the least. That looks great. I mean, I'll lose my Dowser. That's fine. I think I can just line up the flyers and pass, right? Let's see what they have. If I trade Dowser for the 2/2/2 flyers, that's great. Like, I could have shocked to kill the Protege, which if they have nothing is a good play for me. But if they have a trick or something, it's so much worse. And, like, I mean, I don't care if they loot. I'm about to drop a 7/7 and hit them with the flyer. This game isn't going long. That was a very weird block. I don't know why they made that block at 19. Like, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't optimal, but it was just weird. Like, why would they want that? Yeah, it was a great trade for us. They could have just took 4. So there's no reason to counter that because we can shock it. I don't really care if they bounce away a token for good or a Singer. Now there's no decisions. Shock end of turn on tap Waker. Yeah, we do want to keep our eye on a Rousing Reed lethal, but they didn't have lethal with it this turn, and we have to drop shields for Waker. It costs 7. So we want to do it as soon as possible, and then we'll try and keep rewind up after that if we can. But it's better to drop shields sooner rather than later if we're going to have to do it. So now it looks like a pretty easy just attack with Waker and play Weird. We still have rewind mana up. We still have opt up, and we want the Weird out before we opt. The Singer back to block the Skimmer. We want to leave 3 blue up so we can play rewind and opt potentially. I mean, we can do that if we untap our lands either way. But if we don't untap our lands, we can still tap Arcanist and 2 blue and a land and then another blue. So even if they counter the rewind, we can still opt. Or we can play opt and then still have rewind available. So it's pretty important that we have 3 blue. What can they get back? I don't care about the body. Just a Lofty Denial? I can pay 4, right? I don't think there's a reason to counter that. I mean, it's a pretty good card. It gives them a Lofty Denial in hand. Maybe I counter it. Really not sure. This is a close one. It only gets back instants and sorceries, right? It's not non-creature spells. They can't get back Capture Sphere or Reed. They can only get back Lofty Denial. It's only instants and sorceries. They can only get back Lofty Denial. I don't think I counter it. Super close. I don't want to opt first, because I might use opt with, like, Singer and Weird and all this. Well, I guess I'm going to opt end of turn anyway, but I can just opt later. So they still don't have a block on Waker. My ground looks fine. I don't need Waker untapped. So I think it was right to let that resolve. The game's ending soon. I've got Waker out. If they start chumping, their board's going to crumble quickly. Dowser doesn't really change anything. Denial's annoying, but I have 8 lands. I can still rewind and pay 4. And even if I didn't draw land, I could tap Arcanist in 3, rewind and pay 4. So I think it's right to let that resolve and save rewind for something that actually beats me. I'm not 100% by any means. Felisvy's still around. I'm curious whether he would have rewinded the Dowser. So now it looks like I'm going to be rewinding that. Well, yeah, because their only card in hand is the Denial now, so. Actually, I shouldn't tap the Arcanist because it won't untap, and I know this is this rewind's going to resolve, so. I'm going to opt, see what we get. The reason is because of the Denial. I don't want to have to spend the mana on my turn. I don't know why they're saying good game, but okay. I mean, they have plenty of chump blockers. They're certainly not dead on board. That looks like a good 4 to top. 4s are perfect right now. Can't counter it with Lofty Denial. So the 7/7 commands a chump block. Do I send the 4/4? If they, like, double block it, or they have to triple block it. But they can do that. I guess I can Augur first. We know all they have is Denial, so see what we get. Discard this island and see what we draw. Okay. Can't use that this turn. We have another 7-power attacker for next turn. I think I'm sending just Waker. I mean, I like that I have the Singer back. This way, if they Rousing Read the Dowser, I can, like, chump block it. And then they should be dead. Well, that's not great for me. I do have a 7-power Trampler now with them at 3. So they're still in pretty rough shape. Yeah, I don't know why people say good game and don't concede. Like, I'm not saying the opponent should have conceded. Like, they're in bad shape, but this might be a winnable game for them. I just don't know why people like to say good game and then not concede. The only time I ever say good game, the next thing I do is concede. Like, I mean, I might give them a second to say it back or whatever, but... Yeah, untap land is almost certainly lethal because then they can't lofty denial the read. But even so, if they lofty denial the read, it still pumps the weird singer and augur. It's still cast. So they're probably pretty much dead. Like, they might not take lethal. They might be able to, like, chump all my stuff or whatever. But I think they're dead even if I don't draw a land here. Like, even if I just cast read and they counter it, then I attack with, like, everything. It might not be lethal, but I think they're just dead. Like, they would just be chumping all my stuff, you know? That said, of course, we'd rather it resolve, so... So now we'll tap our Arcanist. Yeah, we just bounce blockers, I know. We needed the untapped land, or they could, lofty denial it. But, like, I was saying, like, let's say I didn't draw the land. I would still play it bouncing blockers. They could lofty denial it and counter it. But then I would not tap the Arcanist, and I would just attack with all 5 creatures. And the Singer, the Weird, and the Augur still get pumped by me casting Reed, even if they counter it. So I think it was lethal either way, is what I was saying. Hey, Juan, I'm glad to be back at it. I mean, I don't really consider there to be an inferior set between M21 and Throne of Eldraine. Like, I think that they're pretty close. Obviously, once Dominaria comes on, we'll be doing all Dominaria. But for now, it's like 2 sets that I think are both, like, enjoyable, nothing special. Just okay sets. I do think Throne is probably a little better than M21, but I also played Throne for the whole 3 months it was out, and this is the M21 3 months. So we don't have that many 2-drops in our Arcanist, and getting an Arcanist out on turn 2 doesn't have that much upside. So I'm not going to opt. I'm just going to wait until after I play the Weird. Since we already have the Weird to grow in our hand, it's not like we're digging for it or something. I'm just going to go ahead and hold on to my cantrips, play the Weird, and then I'll start playing them. I agree Eldraine is much better with humans than it was with bots. Okay, I guess for now, let's just build a big blocker. We have Overload. We have a bunch of card drawing. I mean, against a more defensive deck, I would certainly be going aggro here, but for a turn or 2 at least, I'm just going to try and stymie the board. There's not a lot they can have. Like, it's really hard for this to work out poorly for me, right? Titanic Growth works. Feet doesn't because I have 2 spells. If they have Titanic Growth, so be it. They can take out my Weird with it. So we're going to bottom that, I think. The only reason to top it would be maybe to discard it to Thrill to pump the Overload one more, but that seems unnecessary. Although maybe it would have been right, because getting this to exactly a 4/4 has some value. For now, let's just thrill away the Arcanist, see what we get. Okay, that looks like it makes it pretty easy. I think this is a Wizardry turn. Just another spell we can put in the yard before we play Overload, and we still have plenty of life. Well, am I double blocking? I mean, I'm probably not. I'm not 100% on that. Then I make like a 4/4 and I get back like Thrill. Is there any way I could just like Wizardry? I could like Overload and Thrill. Attack them for 6. I think I can go offensive here. I don't even think I want to block. Because then I have Reed too, so. I think I'm going to go aggro. Let's Thrill first so we can make a 5/5. And then we need to Overload pre-combat to pump them again. What do I want to get back now that I drew Ugin? Next turn is land 7, so we could go Wizardry and Reed. I guess that's fine. I don't want to get back Thrill because I don't want to discard a land, and I already have to discard something to Rousing Reed. It's funny, because clearly I could go aggro, hit for 6, and make a 5/5 here, but then I drew Ugin, which makes me want to switch gears again, because if I resolve Ugin, I win. But for now, like, there's not much they can do to kill a 5/5 this turn. If they have Faith Fetters, they can get in for 7, but basically nothing else. So, now if I block, they're going to go, like, Feet and Veteran. If I didn't have Ugin, I probably wouldn't block. But I'm going to block because I'm cool with that. I just don't want to take damage. If we get through their turn here with Feet and Veteran, now I can untap, I can play Wizardry and Reed, and then I can prepare to Ugin the following turn. So I'm getting Feet out of their hand, making sure I don't get lethaled, and I'm advancing towards Ugin, taking no damage. So now that I drew Dowser, I have more choices. Still think I just want a Wizardry and Rousing Reed because I need 1/1s now to chump the Truffle Snout. I also really want to cast Rousing Reed. I don't care about the Dowser. I might discard the Dowser. I might discard something else I draw off it. But at the end of the day, I just want to draw cards, find land 8, and play Ugin because Ugin is stupid. Okay, well, no lands. We'll discard Arcanist. I did draft Zendikar, and I did not enjoy it. Zendikar World Wake was okay. World Wake was very defensive and, like, kind of balanced it fine. But, like, only Zendikar was just, like, an awful format. So if they attack with the Snout and the Veteran, I'm definitely chumping the Snout. Even if they attack with just Snout, I'm probably chumping. 4, 7, yeah. If I didn't have Ugin in hand, I might be trying to sneak in a lethal. But I have Ugin, so I don't want to take hits for 5. Seems easy enough. Now it's just Ugin -3, right? Ugin is such a silly card. It really is just such a joke. Oh, I missed a point of damage. I could have played the Ugin pre-combat, hit for 2, and then used its ability post-combat. Yeah, I missed one. I realized it right after. Since it's going to kill my own token, I was like, let me attack before I Ugin, because the token's going to die to the Ugin ability. But I could have played Ugin, hit for 2, and then Ugin post-combat. I missed a point. Guilty. Alright, I don't know if they have anything or not, but let's go ahead and plus. Deal 3 to the Veteran and find out. Cool, cool. Now I'm going to put out Dowser this turn. What are we getting back? Like a Thrill, or an Opt, or an Arcanist, or a Wizardry. guess... just going to take an opt, I think. I don't really have stuff I want to discard. I think I just want the cheaper selection. And I can play opt and thrill if I need to. Shame concede because I missed the point of damage as I was casting Ugin. I'll just go ahead and play it out. So if I opt and thrill in response, I get to a 5/5. But if they tap the veteran to put a counter on itself, they can get to a 5/6. But if I make them do that, then they can't attack Ugin, and then I can just untap and Ugin the veteran. So it's probably still right for me to make them do that, right? So let's go ahead and opt. I'm going to discard either Turn to Slag or whatever I draw to the Thrill. I have to cast the Thrill here. So is Wizardry something I want like more than Turn to Slag? No. Probably just going to bottom that. So now we can Thrill. And again, they can just tap the veteran to put a counter on itself, and I'm well aware. I just don't really have a problem with that here, because it means the veteran's not attacking. And then I'm just going to Ugin -2 on my turn and kill the veteran at like virtually no cost to me. So now it's just Ugin -2, Singer, still have Rewind up. We're 100% to win. This game is over. Ugin is a silly, silly card. A very silly card. Yeah, I don't care about that. Not that I really care about anything, but... yeah, I don't care about that either. Sure thing. This game is just super over. So we can plus Ugin and hit one of those, shock the other, it's whatever. Like I said, this game is just super over. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't conceded. I would concede, but hey, props to them. They're a true warrior. I am not. Yeah, we might have had lethal. I think we're a point short. I mean, shock them, Singer and Ugin looks like 8, and they were at 9. I guess I could, like... no, if I rewind the shock, that doesn't work. Oh, I could turn to slag a creature as well. Yeah, I did miss lethal. You can't hit the punt counter, though. We're 100% to win, and we're still 100% to win, so that's not a mistake. A mistake has to be costing yourself win percentage. The only thing I cost myself there was time. Hey, my chat holds me to high standards, and I appreciate that. Nothing wrong with that. You should hold me to high standards. Faith Fetters would have gotten rewinded. Along with any other card they drew. Time is our most valuable resource. I do say that. Not in this case, though. It's just more time on stream chilling with all of you. Thank you, KCI Roy. Appreciate the subscription. We went 4-3 in the first draft. I think we're currently like 3-1 or 4-1 in this draft. Chugging along. Sweatpants are the highest of standards. Sweatpants say that you care about comfort and you appreciate the softest, loosest, most comfortable clothing that you can have. First draft was also M21, I think. I think I'm just doing M21 because it won the poll. So this hand looks slow, and it is, but we're on the play, I think. Also, more importantly, we have Waker, so we can discard this to pull up lands or a 3-drop. So even though it's not impacting the board on turn 2, we do get to look at 2 cards to find a 3-drop or a land to smooth out our draw. Unfortunately, not sponsored by Nike. I just love comfort. Outside, it's basketball shorts, but in the casino, it's still sweatpants. They always keep it cold. I'm going to play the untapped land so I can spend 2 mana on Waker over the Temple. I don't want to hold Waker. I have Ugin, I have Dowser, I have Overload. I have plenty of power to win with, double read. So I just want to spend this mana. Pretty easy shock. There's a great shock target, and we already drew land 4. I'm just going to shock it while they're tapped. No reason to let them do any tricks. We don't need a land because we already drew land 5. So we'll bottom the land, shock the Joel Rail. Life is good. Even though it would be totally busted Joel Rail in my deck, so maybe I could have waited and throwing hold it instead of shocking it. But I don't know. That would be some LSV level greed. I can always hold later. I don't have anything else to do now. What if they make a few 2/2s and overrun me? I've been playing mostly best of 1, so I haven't really thought much about sideboarding, to be honest. Even though I'm a paper boomer in terms of age and length of playing Magic in paper, I'm kind of not. Like, I love Arena, and I like best of 1, and I like fast digital Magic. Alright, let's see. I could hold the Visionary. My deck can use the mana. But I think I'm better off just playing Dowser and getting back Shock. Or Wizardry. Probably Shock. Then I can shock the Visionary and I can hold the Anima if I want to. And then that ensures a double spell next turn. Well, I guess if I hold the Visionary next turn I can Dowser and Shock. But that doesn't ensure a double spell because there's no Shock target. So Dowser back Shock looks right to me. This means next turn I can hold and Shock, which should be a great turn. Thank you, Logic. Appreciate the subscription. Steal it to ramp into Ugin. If I had the Ugin in hand, maybe. But I think I can probably grind out a win with card advantage from Reed and hold. I don't think we're planning for Ugin at the moment. Dowser provides card advantage. Reed provides card advantage if we're discarding dead lands. Hold provides card advantage. Remember, we're going to double spell and these all have prowess. So next turn we're potentially attacking for 11. So the plan is to flip the game. The plan is to take the 3 here, and then we just cast Hold and Shock and attack for 11. I don't want them drawing extra cards. I'd rather them have a 2/2 and a mana. So again, just going to go with the plan. I guess I don't need to shock it pre-combat. Maybe they'll double block. Is that even better for me? No, but it's the same thing, so there's no reason to show them. So we can hold pre-combat, then just attack with everything. Oh no, it's good, because if they double block a 2/2, I can just shock them. Do I even get in more damage that way? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Now let's shock Larcenist, so they don't get to draw any extras. Hit them for 11, and life is good. Alright, that's interesting. I mean, we might just have lethal. I think it looks like we're like maybe a point short. Oh no, but one of the 1/1s will get through. Oh no, they have a flying blocker. Because I was going to say I could read the Dowser, and then that would be like 5, 8, 9. So I can't Rousing Read end turn to Slag, but I can do either. If I turn to Slag the Scanner and attack with everything, they take 4, 6, 8, 9, so I'm 1 point short. Sorry, 3, this doesn't grow. 3, 5, 7, 8. So I'm 2 points short. If I Rousing Read on that draws an extra card, it makes the Anima unblockable. I don't want to die on the backswing accidentally somehow, but I guess I can't kill the Pursued Whale. There's no way to do that. I could, like, turn to slag my own token, but I really don't want to do that. So I think I'm going to Rousing Read the Dowser and just attack with everything, because I have to. And if I draw more cantrips, they might just be dead. Like, because I can trigger Prowess again. Alright, sadly, no more cantrips, but we do get a blocker. And they now... The Whale can't block Anima because I played Rousing Read, and the Whale can't block Dowser because it does Flying. So the Whale's just eating a little token. Skyscanner's probably chumping, and they're taking 6. So it's a good turn for me. And I mean, they don't have 15 out, and if they attack with a Whale, I've got an Arcanist to chump block. Huh? Why didn't they chump block Dowser? Why did they chump block a 2-2 with a 1-1? Did I miss something there? But I mean, whatever. It's just 3 more damage. The game is the same, but they should be at 5. They couldn't block Anima. They couldn't block Dowser with Whale. So... now they're just dead to the Dowser. Good stuff. You know I pay my actors well. Gotta do it. No other way to be a successful streamer without paying people to tank to you once in a while. Anima. Like animal, anima. Not Anima. Draft lessons and pronunciation lessons. Does a better stream exist? Seems like a pretty easy keep. I mean, unfortunately, we only have 2 lands, but a lot of our deck is cantrips, and we have Shock, so... hopefully, we'll draw Thrill of Possibility or lands. I don't mind if I just draw land and do nothing on the early turns. Just hopefully we'll draw, like, Ops, Thrills, lands. Any of that. Shock is literally the #1 card I want to see in my opening hand with this deck. Because this deck is kind of slow, like, pretty slow, but really powerful. You'll have to DM me. I can't say stuff like that in a public stream. Come on now. How much do you pay to tank games? Alright, let's see. So Wizardry or Augur this turn. I could discard, like, Reed and Arcanist to Augur. That's actually a pretty good turn. I don't want to have 2 Reeds. The Arcanist, I don't want to cast at this point. I do want to hit those land drops towards the 1 Reed. I can always Wizardry next turn and attack for 4 with the Augur. Don't be a coward, Burnator. So, what I usually think about is how many good draws do I have. So my 14 lands are good draws. My 3 Thrill of Possibilities are good draws. Opt and Crash Through are good draws. So that already puts you to 19 of 33 cards are good draws. And it's not like Arcanist is a horrible draw to just cast on turn 2 or anything either. Okay, I don't see any real decisions here. I'm just going to attack in Wizardry. I want to get the Wizardry out before I play the Thrill if possible. And more stuff. I don't really need to hit my land drops that badly. I'm not under any pressure. Next turn I can always go Arcanist and Thrill or hold or whatever. Well, that looks like a nice target for Enthralling Hold. It's going to get in once and be a big swing, but if they don't have feet, we're okay. If they do have feet, we might be dead. For now, what can I do? Nothing good. I'm not holding the Pegasus, obviously, when they have a Baneslayer out. So I think I'm going to Thrill and discard the Arcanist and see what we get. I can't discard the land because I must be able to cast Hold, and Arcanist doesn't do that. Oh, I'm taking the Angel. The problem is feet exists, but hopefully they don't have it. Maybe they have it, maybe they don't. You're watching my stream. You're supposed to root for me. Islands are still rad. Are you rooting for 3 Wishes? I can't wait for them not to have feet and me to beat them with their own Baneslayer. Whose side are you on here? Pre-combat to trigger prowess. They don't tap 2 mana and don't cast feet. Of course, there it is. Welcome to my life. Baneslayer has first strike. They would just block Augur. If they don't have something else to kill us, we can still maybe claw back into this. We can read both creatures, hit for 6, 8, 10, and then we can douse her and get another spell. I mean, it's definitely looking bad. Ah, well, there's the lethal. And I'm not going to use Read First to bait, because then they get another attack in with the Baneslayer. If Hold stole an untapped creature, I might Read First to bait. But remember, if I read and they feat, they still get to hit me again. Like, or they could just let Read resolve, replay it, then they get to hit me again, and then they still have feat. Yeah, if Hold stole it untapped, I might Read First, because then they might not have 2 up for feat. They might have to tap out for Baneslayer if they let Read resolve. The problem is they don't even have to feat. If I play Read, they can just pick up their Baneslayer, put it back into play. Then they can... I can't steal it because it's untapped. I can't attack into it because it has first strike. Then they can just attack me with it again and then have feat up again. So they really don't even need to use feat. If Enthralling Hold stole it untapped, I would consider that line. Alright, this hand's fine. Doesn't look great, but we've got the Arcanist, and then we have the Waker to dig up lands, so of course I'm not mulliganing. You know I hate mulliganing. I just basically... My stated position on the record is I'm against mulliganing. Now we have to decide between Arcanist and Waker. If I didn't draw a good red 3-drop, I would have played Arcanist. But now I'm just going to Waker into their turn, because I want to find Mountain for Spellgorge or Weird. So let's go ahead and dig up a Mountain. Neither of those are a Mountain. When I do get one, I'd rather have Shock, especially since they just played a 4-2. Still not a Mountain, so that might be the end of this draft. We might have like one more turn to draw it and get back into this. No, it doesn't. It influences your mulligan decision some tiny amount, but really not a lot. Even if your limited deck is good, you don't win by mulliganing into Oblivion. I think we have 5 wins. I think we're 5-2, but looks like we're probably going to lose here. I mean, if they don't have anything, I guess we have this double block. They get to hit with the Harbinger. That's not great. And then next turn, I mean, if we draw the land, we can play Weird, and then we have a good double block on the Harbinger. So... Life's pretty bad at the moment. I mean, this wasn't just a 2-lander on the draw. It was a 2-lander on the draw with Waker to look at 2 extra cards. Got pretty screwed hard here. Okay. Almost halfway through my deck, 26 cards. We've drawn 14, and we've got 2 lands. You win again, Arena. You win again. If you shuffle properly, it's exactly the same, because it's random either way. If you're not getting mana screwed much in person, you're probably inadvertently cheating. Randomize your deck better. You don't want better than average draws because that's cheating your opponents. Make sure your decks are thoroughly randomized. So, let's do one more. Final draft of the day. And those last 2 games weren't great indications, Scythe. I mean, I lost to Blatant Screw, keeping a 2-lander with Waker on the draw. And I lost to Baneslayer with Feet to protect it for my answer. And I want to stick with M21. I don't love Throne. I don't hate it. But I did play it the whole 3 months. I don't hate M21. Like, I'm neutral on M21. Like, I probably won't revisit this format much after it rotates. But I kind of want to get my fill of it now. Sublime Epiphany is pretty busted. You know, it's expensive, but you can prioritize Arcanist and stuff, similar to as we did with Hugin. The uncommons are not in consideration. Shock is one of the best commons in the set, but I think Epiphany is better. Feed is also. So now we got to decide between Riddle Form and Stitcher. Epiphany makes me want Stitcher a little bit more, because I'd want to draft more of a control or reanimator when I have Epiphany than an aggro blue-red with Riddle Form. But Epiphany, is one color. Riddle Form is one color. I could still play any blue deck. I don't think I would take Visionary. If I'm going to take a second color, I think Stitcher's just a better card than Visionary. Epiphany is at its best in blue-black. That's why I'm considering Stitcher over Riddle Form. But the reason I think it's Riddle Form is because it's still one color. Like, I could play blue-black if I take Riddle Form. If I play blue-red, I can't use Stitcher. So I think we just have to take Riddle Form and just stay on blue for our Broken Rare. Looks like a pretty easy Rousing Read. I could try and draft blue-black control with Pestilent Haze. Like I said, that is a good Epiphany deck. I'm not Psychic. If I was, I would have probably took the Stitcher last pick, knowing we would see Haze this pick. But I think we just stay blue for our Broken Rare, our good uncommon. Pretty easy Dowser here. Again, I don't know if we're going to play blue-red or blue-black, but or mono-blue at this rate, but it looks like we want to be a blue spells deck. So now we have a choice to make. Feet is really good. We could play blue-white control all the same. Feet is a lot better than Opt. This is a deck that wants Opt. We have Riddle Form, Dowser, even Epiphany it has some subtle synergy with. I don't like blue-white, but we could draft blue-white control because we do already have a bunch of good control cards. I think I'm going to take Feet over Opt. If we're seeing a 5th pick Feet, I've got to believe we're seeing white. I haven't lived until I do that, Vajre. I hope I get to do that this draft. Vajre's pointing out that I can Epiphany, countering whatever, copying Dowser, get back the Epiphany, rinse and repeat, life is good. Okay, even if I'm controlling, Rune Halo sucks. It can stop a creature from dealing damage to you, but they can still block with it. Havoc Jester's not good in red-blue, though. I only like that card in, red-black. So I think I might just take Megalodon or Lofty Denial. Maybe Lofty Denial. Blue-white has the most flyers of any 2 colors. That card could end up okay in my deck. Do we want Larcenist, or do we want Watchdog, Ghoul? I think I'm just going to take Watchdog. Mostly, I want to make sure I lock up early game when I have good late game. I know we're more committed to blue than white by a lot, but I won't really care if I miss out on a Larcenist. Also, Larcenist is good in blue-red with lots of Shocks and Dragonfires. It's not very good in a blue-white deck that won't have much removal. Looks like a pretty easy op now. Synergy with a lot of what we're doing. Steed is filler. Rousing Read is good with Larcenist, that's true. And we do have one. But we also have a good late game. I'm not saying I won't play Larcenist in this deck, but I think I was happier to get Watchdog. Okay, easy feat. Clearly white. Either white is wide open, or the people in this pod don't like feat. I don't know which. I mean, it's funny because white is the best color in the format, and feat is the second best white common, in my opinion. And it's closer to the best one than it is to the third one. Like, I think Acolyte is definitely better than feat. But feat is still closer to Acolyte than it is to whatever the third best white common is. So to see a feat like 9th or 10th is just ridiculous. Alright, I think this is wall or dub. I guess with 2 feats, maybe I'll take dub. Maybe we'll play a blue-white aggro at this rate. I mean, Epiphany costs 6, not 8. It's not like we have to be some ultra-controlling deck to use it. Probably not playing Wingmare, whether we're aggro or control. We have a lot of spells. But I think dub could be good with double feat, so we'll see. So I don't love that Anthem's double white, but it is a really good card. If we don't take it, our choices are like Siege Striker, Ghostlight. Could just end up being a blue-white aggro deck. Gotta go Anthem. We already have a 5 and a 6. I'm not saying I won't play the bounce creature, but this is just a really powerful card. And the thing about Anthem, it doesn't matter that much that it costs double white, because it's not like you're really looking to play it on turn 3. As long as you have something else to do, usually you're going to do the other things first and play this on like turn 5 when you have like 3 creatures out. So it's not that big of a deal that it's double white. Wow, this pack is horrible for us. I agree we want more cheap bodies, but we do have a Watchdog. I took that. Play Glorious Anthem, trigger Riddle, form attack for 4. But yeah, we're looking to prioritize cheaper stuff. This pack just offers us basically nothing. Blue-black would have been sick. Probably a little better. But we did get a feat 9th pick. So clearly white is wide open. Guess Frost Breath. Second dub. I mean... we probably want the Frost Breath. We want some instants and sorceries to get back with Dowser. Blue-white is not going to have as much access to that as blue-red would, so I don't want to take it for granted. This is kind of embarrassing. I think I'm just going to take Watchdog, though. Maybe Glide Master. We need 2 drops pretty badly. I guess Glide Master's decent if we're blue-white, half flyers, half not. Probably better than a Watchdog. These packs have been horrible for me, pack 2. Pack 1 went okay. Arcanist casts Epiphany. That's good enough for me, plus we need the 2 drops. Second Alpine Houndmaster? Why couldn't I have just opened red cards instead of Epiphany and Dowser? Ugh. Could have the greatest red-white deck in the history of Magic. But it is too late for that. We can't just drop all these great blue cards. So, Lofty Denial it is. Again, I think we just want Arcanist. So, Read the Tides and Rewind both look decent in this deck. I think Read the Tides is better. We're kind of a tempo-ish deck. We have 2 Arcanists. What do we do with our mana at instant speed? Frost Breath? Not much. Read the Tides actually looks decent in this deck with double Arcanist. This card doesn't do anything, right? Just a 2/2 flash for 2. Guess it stops the Rise from the Grave, if they have that. I'm probably not going to Splash Overload. I couldn't care less about Cancel. We do need the early drops. It does have some upside. Rise from the Grave is a common, after all. Stops people from reanimating stuff with Stitcher and Rise. Flash is also upside, it's true. Yeah, I mean, this is why you don't try and draft blue-white. You try and draft blue-red or blue-black. But we got 5th pick feet, so, and then 9th pick feet. So white was clearly wide open. So do we want Lofty number 3 or Kraken? Maybe we'll play Kraken. It's a pretty defensive deck. Yeah, this pack went very poorly. It's funny. We opened the blue-white gold rare, but it's just, like, not a great card. But it is a 2-drop. Synergizes with some things. Not much that we have. Synergizes with Dowser. You can also just save a creature from removal. We're, like, playing blue-white flash. I mean, I know we'll probably will, because there would have to be a blue-white player. But also, it's not like there's a feat. It's not like there's a good blue uncommon. If we don't take Niambi here, what are we taking? Like, Glide Master? Oh yeah, Niambi is nothing special. It's fine. It's not great. But it gains a little life. It can save a creature from removal. I mean, it's better than the next best card in that pack for us. Like, what was I going to take out of that pack? So, even though they're mostly mediocre stuff, we actually have a lot of 2-drops now. Our curve is really good. I don't particularly want any of these. I mean, Singer and Rain are fine. I might just take the dual land. We have a lot of playables, but we also have double blues and double whites. I think the dual land is the most valuable card for us. Like, I understand Rain and Singer are, like, fine cards that would definitely make my deck. And yes, I do want flyers, but I could also just cut the lofties. But, like, we have double white, we have early white drops, we have double blue. I want to play 8 plains, 8 islands, and a dual land. I think it's important here in pack 3 that I pick up that Tranquil Cove. Okay, Swift Response is a pretty clear choice. We're going to be attacking mostly in the air or whatever. They're going to have to attack back. How's Chrome Replicator? Just let's check our dubs. Double Arcanist, and that's it. So it doesn't look good. Cove might wheel, but I think it just has so much upside. I think it's a really important card for our deck right now. And, like, I don't really care about Reed and Singer that much. Or not Reed, whatever the card was, Reign of Revelation. So Replicator wouldn't make my deck right now, but if we get a couple more dubs, it could end up really good. Otherwise, there's Battlements, which is a pretty good 3 for this deck. I think Replicator has the most upside. So now it's Swift Response or Gaggle Master. I'm probably just going to end up cutting the Lofty Denials. Like, we don't have that many flyers. We do have good late game. I think Swift Response is going to be good in a deck like this. Now we can take another Glide Master. That gives us another dub. Hello, Watcher. Find the open colors in blue and white and get rewarded. Watcher is fantastic. So, now what do we want? All 3 of these are reasonable cards for our deck. We don't really kill creatures well. Probably just want the Capture Sphere. Hey, 3rd Glide Master. That makes Chrome Replicator a lot better. It's a lot easier to draw 2 of something when you have 3 of it. And look, the Rain tabled anyway. It's true, I don't have much removal. But I took the Cove, as you can see, because we have a million playables. So I really wanted to upgrade the land slot. And in this particular case, I think it's actually pretty important for me. Because, I mean, look at my deck. Like, I have, like I said, early white, early blue, double blue. Which is fine. It's a 2-color deck. I've got a little card drawing. Like, it's not a big deal to have double white and double blue. But I think that the Cove was an important card for this deck. We're gonna be cutting solid playables anyway. Alright, so that's going to be our land base. So we got to cut 7 cards. Probably start with Kraken. Get these denials out of there. I didn't grab very many flyers. How good are we at triggering Riddle form? We have Opt. Feat's not really great at it. Swift Response does it okay, though. We can just kill their tap creature and hit them for 3, or kill an attacker and then block with it. So that's actually 2 good ways to trigger it. So that's 3, not counting feats, which still do trigger it sometimes. Frost Breath could go. Rewind, Rain, Sphere. We have a lot of ways to trigger it. Arcanist isn't looking great. That's true. I mean, it casts a decent number of spells. It casts Epiphany and Read the Tides, 2 power 6s. It's also a dub for the Replicator. but I agree it's not great. The Kraken doesn't make the cut because it costs 6 and we can't cast it with Arcanist. And we have 2 other 6s. And 5s and card drawing and all that. Yeah, and Arcanist for Replicator too, yeah. I think I want to cut Riddle Form. Maybe I'll cut Containment Priest. I think we ended up with... Yeah, we ended up with a ton of 2-drops. Containment Priest is like the worst of them, right? Battlement. It does pump our Arcanist into nice 2-3 attackers. I don't know if I have enough creatures for battlements. Let's check it out. 1, 4, sort of 5, 7, 9. Yeah, battlements can go. Five and 3 with the Ugin deck. 2 rough games after 5 and 1. The first loss was a really good game and super legit, but then it was kind of rough. We have to cut 2 more cards. We have a lot of 2-drops. We could cut Watchdog. It's a pretty weak one. We could cut Frost Breath. Yeah, we're going to be killing things. Winning with power. I think Frost Breath isn't offering us much. We're not a tempo deck. We're more of a control-ish deck. That looks right to me. Nah, never cut Opt if you have synergies. And, like, we have a couple of... We have the whatchamacallit? The 5-drop that gets back an instant or sorcery in his prowess. And just, like, digging up Sublime Epiphany is nice. I mean, Opt is not, like, amazing, but it's worth its spot in the deck. Rewind's cuttable, but we have Capture Sphere, we have Reign of Revelation, so we have 2 good ways to use 4 mana after we cast Rewind. Maybe Frost Breath was better than Dub, but we have a lot of 2-drops and double feet. I think we have something like 7 2-drops, and then we even have double feet to protect it and Rewind, so I think Dub is alright in this deck. So I'm going to play the Glide Master because I want to block their 3-1. I can play the Watcher later, but I'd rather block it with the Glide Master than the Watcher. So that's why I put out the Glide Master first here. Obviously, if they don't attack, cool, then I can just not attack or block with the Glide Master because it's still stopping the Charger. Thank you, Ampalos13. Appreciate the subscription. I think it's Watcher over Riddle Form here. We don't really know if we're going to be Capture Sphering next turn or not. I don't particularly want to Capture Sphere that Hobble Fiend. Should I just block? They can't be right. I mean, I don't have that many flyers. Like, Watcher's a great 2-drop, but it's not like an amazing card in this deck. Yeah, immediately punished for trading off the Glide Master when I had the Replicator in hand. That's justice if ever I've seen it. That's okay, though. I'm just going to play the Glide Master. I'll block the Hobble Fiend with it. I mean, I wasn't going to race starting to take 3 a turn when I had a handful of spells against a red-white aggro deck. That just doesn't make sense. Because I have 2 Glide Masters, I might top deck. I'll just put out a 4/4. It's a good blocker. It's a fine creature on this board. Yeah, we don't have many flyers, but again, Watcher's just a 2-mana 2/2 flyer. That's a good card. Alright, so I guess they have another Shore Strike, maybe. I'm not going to be able to do anything at instant speed unless I top deck something, so... maybe I attack. I can take it and attack back, though. I don't think this is a bluff. Yeah, and I might draw one of my 2 feats or 2 swift responses. So I have a lot of good draws to blow them out, and I can always attack back. So race, I'm winning. 5 plains, 1 island. That's my life. Well, Burn Bright doesn't work if I block Shieldmate. They're definitely representing Shore Strike. I'm not saying that they have it. So I think I want to play a long game. So what I'm going to do here is kind of weird. I'm going to attack with the Replicator and just leave the Watcher back. The reason for this exact line is because I want to block the Hobble Fiend, and then if they trade, I only take 1, and I'm hitting back for 4. If they use the Shore Strike, then I have the Replicator to stop these 2 creatures. I guess they could, like, sack the Adept and the Shieldmate to it, but whatever. If I can get an even game, that's good for me, because, I mean, if I draw an island, I have Sublime Epiphany. Okay, so now I can just, like, Epiphany, copy the Replicator, which gives me 2 4/4s, counter whatever they play, bounce something. I could wait for combat for more of a blowout. I probably don't really need to do that, though. If I just counter this, it's pretty awesome. Let's go counter the feat, bounce the Hobble Fiend, I'll draw a card, and we'll replicate the Replicator. So return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. We want the Hobble Fiend. Target a creature I control, the Replicator. Me wants to draw a card. And then we'll counter the feat. Non-token permanents, you're right. I only get 1 4/4. I don't get 2. You're right. If you Replicator with a Replicator out, it works. But in this case, the second Replicator is a token, so it's not going to trigger. So I only get 1 4/4 token. Still good, though, obviously. It's like, you know, a 4 for 1 or whatever. Okay, we can turn on Riddle Form in combat if they attack us with Swift Response. So we can certainly attack with at least 1 4/4. The question is, do we send both? They attack, Swift, Riddle Form gets activated, we still have feet up. Yeah, that looks fine. I don't think there's any way we're dying, right? If they have, like, feet to make the Hobble Fiend live, then they have to go pro-white, then the Riddle Form can still block it. Seems near impossible for them to 7 me here. Burn Bright's actually 6, but whatever. 6 isn't 7. I'm going to block the Falconer Adept, of course. You can save the cursing for Voxy stream later. Hers is for mature audiences. This is the daytime PG-13 show, and then you get the late night cursing and screaming show with Voxy later. Well, whatever. She streams a lot of nights, not every night. We're working on it. We're working on it. More Hot Pockets. I know I owe my stream plenty. I will deliver. I'm not promising a time frame. Things are hard to organize. I have a lot going on. But I will deliver on everything owed. I'm a rival, not an MPLer, and I don't think that auto-cues me for the arena qualifier. I think I need to be top 1200, but I'm not 100% on that. Everything's a keep. Yeah, it's a slow hand, but I have a million 2-mana cards. Hopefully I'll draw them. I don't know. I already told you, I'm against mulliganing. Like, obviously if you have no lands or one land, like if this was a one-lander, I'd mulligan. But I'll hopefully just draw 2-mana cards. Like, there's plenty in the deck. Don't envision playing with the 7 you have. Envision playing with that 7 plus your next 4 draw steps. So I really want lands. Swift Response could help me get there, but at the moment it's only killing a Chorister. I don't know if I top or bottom this. It's a pretty tough look. I was going to top pretty much any land and bottom pretty much any spell, but this is a 2-mana removal spell. And I want to have stuff to do, and that's just a Chorister out. I'm not going to be that greedy. I'm going to bottom it. Try and find lands and things to play. That was a really close choice. If you would have topped it, I'm not saying you're making a mistake. Like, if LSV told me I should have topped that, I would assume it was a mistake to bottom it. It's a really close choice in this spot. I can bring in Niambi and block, but next turn I can do that with feet up. That looks better. Plus, I might get a better creature. Okay, now I'm obviously going to play Watcher. If they attack, life is good. I block, they play a trick, I've got feet. I really wanted lands, that's why I bottomed it. Because ultimately, this is double blue, and these are game-winning cards. So, like, if they had like, an aggressive... Like, if this was a 3-1, I would top it. But, like, I can take 1 a turn. And, like, I'm really trying to find lands. That was the reason I bottomed it. But again, eventually you'll kill something with it, and that helps you prolong the game. So it was a close choice for sure. Like, now I could kill this 4/5. But I wouldn't have a land drop this turn. Magic is complicated. This doesn't have trample. All I'm really looking to do is buy time. But I kind of want the Epiphany out, so then I can do the Sublime Epiphany Shipwreck Dowser thing. So I think I'm just going to play Dowser, get back Opt. I'm not even going to attack just to threaten a double block. There's no way I'm going to double block if they attack. But if they have no tricks, they might not attack out of fear of a double block, and I don't need to deal them damage. If I draw land 6, this actually does work. Copy the Dowser, get back the Epiphany. Copy the Dowser, get back the Epiphany. Good game. Like I said, I wasn't actually going to double block. This is actually pretty sweet now, though. I have the Niambi to buy time. I have the Opt to find land 6. I have feet, so I can block next turn. I'm basically not worried about anything now. So do I Opt now, or do I save it for their turn? Feet's going to get me through the Oak anyway. I have a tap land. Yeah, I'm not sure if I wait or do it now because of prowess. It's close. I do have the 1 tap land. The rest of the lands come into play on tapped. 6 and 7 don't really make a difference. So if I don't draw the 1 tap land, I can wait on the Opt. I think I only have 1 tap land, so I'm going to wait. I get punished if the tap land is the land I find. But if it's any other land, I don't get punished. Because, like... I only need 6. Like, it's not any different next turn if I have 6 or 7. So it's putting the land in play now doesn't really do anything else for me. So now with feet, Niambi, Opt, everything, I, of course, can go for the double block. I'm not scared. I cannot bottom tap land. I'm not that greedy. I have plenty of stuff to do. Okay, let's see. So, I can't do much about that, but of course I have feet and Niambi, so it's not really that big of a deal. The question is, what do I want to use on what? That doesn't have trample. I kind of want to, like, Niambi the Dowser. And then I can, like, feat the Watcher. And then I can just Dowser back the feat again, or the Opt. It's casting cost or power? Casting cost, so I'm going to gain 5? Yeah, I'm bouncing the Dowser. That settles it for me. You can't feat their creatures. It's only creatures you control. Yeah, I know. I'm not letting the Dowser die no matter what. The Dowser is 0% to die. The question is whether I feat the Dowser or, like, Niambi the Dowser or whatever. But I'm just going to Niambi it because I'm going to gain 5 life, and then I can replay it and get feat back again. And, like, that doesn't have trample. So, like, the end result here is, like, awesome. Watcher keeps a counter, which takes it further out of sniper range. Dowser goes back to my hand, doesn't die, and I gain 5. Like, the growth is gone. Like, this is just great for me. I could have feated and opted and killed the Oak. No, it has 9. I would only have 8. 3, 5, 2 prowess triggers makes 7, and then the +1/+1 counter makes 8. Do I want that? No, I just want lands. If I wasn't holding Epiphany and Reed, of course, I'd probably top that, but all I really want are lands. So now we're going to Dowser. Do we get back Opt or Feat? Probably just Opt. Not actually sure. I don't want to lose the Dowser. Probably take a hit from Burlfist Oak this turn. Not a big deal. I just gained 5. I'm at 19. So I definitely want to get the Dowser in play now. This way I can have the Epiphany Dowser lock. The only question is whether I'm getting back Opt or Feat. I really don't need to Opt. I'm not looking for anything. So I think I'm just going to get back Feat. I could Epiphany this turn, but I'd rather Epiphany after the Dowser is out. I understand, like, I could then Dowser back the Epiphany. It's just there's not, like, what am I Epiphanying? Bouncing Burlfist Oak? Like, this is not, like, a scary at all situation. Like, I'm just grinding value and trading resources with them and losing nothing, and I'm at 19. Like, what am I afraid of here? They can hit me this turn. It's not going to be 19. Well, Epiphany can counter Ugin as long as I don't drop shields, like, before they tap mana or anything. Which is the plan. I'm planning to just take a hit this turn, and then just start going nuts with Epiphany Dowser. I can do it end of their turn if they don't play anything. I can do it whenever they tap mana for something to counter it if they do play something. This is what we call the soft lock. It's not an actual lock, but good luck to the opponent. Alright, let's get to work, shall we? Counter a spell, return a permanent, copy and draw. We're going to bounce the Oak, copy the Dowser. I'm the one who's going to draw. The Dilphosaur is countered. We'll take back Epiphany, not Opt. And if I were the opponent, I would concede immediately. I'm going to teach y'all some really high-level strategy in Magic. Never let your opponent have this kind of fun. If you're the green-white player here, concede right now to that Epiphany. Don't let them do it again. Don't let them have that kind of fun. That's some real high-level strategy for you right there. So now we have Feat if they attack and we block. We have Dowsers. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This game is completely and totally over. I'll swing with 1. You were right, Vadre. You were right. I'm glad I got to do this before the format ended. I'm telling you, important high-level strategy. Do not let your opponent have this much fun. Just concede. Let's do it again. So we need to copy the... Well, we're going to bounce something first, I guess, the sniper, because they don't have green up. We want to copy the on-tap one, because they could have swift response. Counter the spell, and we'll be the one who draws a card. I know we have feet, but still no reason to have to use it. And Epiphany back again, over opt. Tough call. I told you. Really important high-level strategy. Concede. Don't let your opponent have this much fun. I know I could bounce it with Epiphany, but I don't want to drop shields. I don't want to take any risk on Ugin resolving, because that's the only way they can win this game. So that's why I'm feeding here. The only thing that really matters is that Ugin doesn't hit the board, because that's the only conceivable way I could lose. I'm not even sure if they have 6 or 7 lands out. Looks like 6. But again, that's the only conceivable way I could lose. Next turn, we'll drop Anthem, because we have 9 mana. Trigger all of these, and then give them all +1/+1. That's a casual attack for 4, 7, 12, 16, 19. Not bad. You got it. Okay, no reason end a turn not to capture Sphere. I can drop shields end a turn. What are they going to do at instant speed? Swift response, one of these 3. I'm just glad I got to live that before the format is over, right, Vadre? I do like living, and I agree. I had never lived before that. Nah, this is my last draft of the day today. Tomorrow, like I said, I do plan to stream, but I do have potential streamer draft pod that we're organizing as we speak, and my grandma's 98th birthday. So I'm probably not going to be on at 3. Although, like I said, I'm still 50-50 on going to my grandma's birthday. Like, I want to go, but I also think I shouldn't see my 98-year-old grandma when I've been going to the casino, like, every other day. So, because of COVID. I mean, I don't feel sick at all, but but I'm also 36 and in good health, so I could easily just be an asymptomatic carrier. And I mean, she's 98. Okay, so this hand, I'm probably going to mulligan. 9 blue sources are good draws. We do have plenty of white 2-drops, but if we get stuck on 2 or 3, this isn't really like an aggro deck. It's just a value deck. This hand does nothing. It's a little better. It's not a great hand either. What do we put back? Replicator, dub? This hand's not good either. I mean, obviously we're not mulling. We're keeping the 7. We have to put one back. The question is what? Thank you, Sharf. Appreciate the 3 months of support. Thank you for subscribing. I mean, I know dub looks awful right now, but I mean, we might draw a 2-drop. We have like 7 or 8 of them. Like, we have a lot of 2-drops in this deck. I mean, dub makes sense as far as the 7-card hand. If we draw lands, we'll be happy we put the dub back. But if we draw a 2-drop, we'd much rather put back, like, Replicator. That was really a decision between Replicator and dub. I would never put back Capture Sphere. I would never put back a land. Dowser, it's not inconceivable, but I think it's just better than Replicator in my hand. So I think that was a decision between dub and Replicator. All right, Capture Sphere looks better than Anthem. I mean, there's nothing we're really looking to Capture Sphere, but what are you going to do? I could have, you know, I probably should have Capture Sphered the Thallid main phase, because if they have feet, at least it would stay tapped for a turn. On the other hand, though, they might go for, like, Pride Malkin or something here, and I might get more value. Definitely going to Sphere the Thallid, not the Mauler, in this spot. Could Rousing Read... It's not enchant your creature, so I could Rousing Read the Thallid. Otherwise, I play Anthem. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Wizard. Appreciate the support. I mean, it's not like the Anthem has no value in play. I mean, it'll make these bigger next turn. But I do need to find stuff to do, so I think I'm just going to Rousing Read the Thallid. Okay, well, now we can just discard a land, because we needed one really badly, but the second is only for Sublime Epiphany, which is not in hand, and we have 5 drops to do. So now what are our choices? Just play Replicator, right? We don't have anything to get back. We're nowhere near copying anything. 4/4 is better than 3/3. Seems pretty easy. I would have, if I had 3 white, maybe considered passing, but because they're probably going to have removal. But I mean, I don't really want creatures dying on their turn. I'm Neon being nothing. Hey, thanks for the support. I really appreciate it. Okay, so now I think I play Glide Master, and then if they go for the removal, I have Niambi, and it's actually decent. If they don't, I can block the Mauler and then feed it, and it's actually decent. So this is tight, but even if they have removal, it's not the end of the world for us here. So what do we do? It's not a fight, it's just a bite. So it's not like if we feed in response, we own them or something. But if I feed pro green, they have like no real attack this turn. If I feed, I guess they can still hit with the speaker. If I Niambi it though, I can't cast feet. Niambi can then trade with one of these. Oh, this is going to get 2 counters to a 3/3. So maybe I feed pro white. Well, no, pro green fizzles the Hunter's Edge. It works either way, green or white. It's just a question of what I want to stop. But I think pro white is slightly better. Yeah, it denies some life gain. That doesn't matter much. I was thinking green because it would stop a 3/3 Mauler from attacking instead of a 2/2 speaker. But Okay, well. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're putting me to 2 even if they don't have anything and I might just be dead, but I'm pro-white, so I can now block and eat the speaker. Okay, as far as this turn, I think I just want to play Anthem, and then I can, like, Glide Master, Niambi, and gain life. I'll lose the counter. What happens if I play Dowser? I guess I can Dowser back feet. I die to removal then. But if they don't have it, I can chump the Mauler, and, like, the Dowser would eat the Mentor. Or I could, like, double block the Mauler. Oh, I only have 2 white. You're right. Sucks. So I can't even play Anthem if I go with Niambi. So I guess we have to go with Dowser. Just hope they don't have any more removal. The thing I don't like about this line is we die to removal. But with only 2 white in play, we really don't have a choice. If I had 3 white, I could consider playing Anthem, because then I could, like, block and Niambi and then not necessarily die if they had removal, because I could Niambi in response, and then the Anthem would be in play. But it's too bad to not use mana this turn. Pretty unfortunate. With 3 white, I think I could have ground through that removal, but I gotta spend the mana and at least get the Anthem out. I'm not gonna, like, only spend 2 of the 6 mana at this point in this game. Yeah, just as long as you bolt the bird. That's magic. Kill the mana producers. Sometimes the 3-color deck gets there. Your draws aren't great. It is what it is. Speaking of draws not being great, what with these opening hands? I'm playing a 17-land deck, 8-8, and a dual land. Like, you can't really get any smoother than that. I think I got to keep this one, though. We're on the draw. We've got our 2-drop. If we draw 1 plains, it's a pretty good hand. I hate having the 2 6s in it, but if I mold this hand and drew the same hand with 1 6-drop, I would be unhappy. Great. Now we're going to lose to Pawblade. Glide Master over Riddle Form, because we're not triggering Riddle Form, but Glide Master blocks Ogre. You just got to top deck lands. I mean, I'm not saying we'll win if we top deck lands. Pawblade is, like, pretty busted. But we do have powerful cards. So if we draw plains, I mean, the game is certainly not over. And then we can Epiphany or Reed to catch back up. We get to go Riddle Form and then Feet. Of course, if we're mana screwed and they have this draw, then we stand no chance. Oh, I think I have outs now. Block. Like, I can block in response, but then I can't also activate Riddle Form. I can response and activate Riddle Form, but then I can't also block. So that means 2 creatures are getting through. I mean, I'll cast the Rousing Reed just to cast it, but I think I don't have any outs. I mean, I guess there's the chance they don't send everything, but that would be kind of weird. And even if they don't send the Magmut, if they send the other 3, I'm still dead to the Magmut ping. I could only have 2 either way. I could block with the Arcanist and Swift Response, or I could Swift before blockers and then block with the Riddle Form. So I attacked because either way it's 2, and I can't get 3. And so why miss the 3 damage, and I could trigger the Riddle Form whenever after that for the rest of the game to trade it off. I guess the downside is I lose the Arcanist, which had some value with the Epiphany. But yeah, it was 2 either way. 2. I can only interact with 2 of their creatures, not 3. I mean, that hand I'm pretty sure is not a mulligan. We're on the draw. We have blue, and Glidemaster. So we have 15 lands. We have Opt. Like, I don't think you're really thinking about mulliganing that on the draw. I think that you do need to mulligan a little more with the Hand Smoother. Not because you're best of one and, like, you can't afford to lose a game. That's not logical. That's nonsense. But because your opponents have better draws on average and stumble less. So I do think I don't mulligan necessarily quite enough in best of one. But I still don't think I'm going to mulligan Island, blue 2-drop on the draw with a 17-land deck and all my cards in hand are single white and so on. Not a great target, but I've got a second and a Capture Sphere and nothing else to do, so let's kill their creatures for now. The concept there that I'm talking about is some people think like, oh, you can't afford to lose a game, so you should mulligan more. No, you're trying to give yourself the highest chance to win each game, whether you're playing best of 11 or best of 1. But the concept that is true that makes you want to mulligan a little more in best of 1 is the Hand Smoother, not the fact that it's a 1-game match. It's that your opponents are going to have better draws with a Hand Smoother than they are without one, so you have less ability to recover, less time to draw out of a screw, so you need better opening hands. Okay, I'm going to Capture Sphere that because then I kind of kill both cards and they don't draw a card. Of course, they found a way to sack it. Better opening hands equates to better turns 2 and 3 also. Let's go Tahiti. Which means less time to recover if you stumble. That looks good enough to Swift Response. I have to drop shields, but they only have 3 mana out. What are they going to do? As they play like some broken 4 mana mythic or something. No. I wasn't afraid of that. Flood, I'm always afraid of, but hey, my deck's got Read the Tide, Sublime Epiphany. What are you going to do? So for now, we can use Feet. We're not worried about removal because we have Rewind. Which one do we want to Feet? Probably the Arcanist. Less of a threat. The Glidemaster could be more useful on its own. I don't even know why I'm on tapping lands. Okay, that looks good enough to play. And if we play it on the Arcanist, they can't have red removal. See what we draw. I could wait till I draw a land, but probably draw a land in 2 cards, and if I don't, I'll discard the weaker of the 2 spells. No choices there, of course. Again, I'm just going to attack and then draw 3. No real choices. Okay, what can we do about that? Not much. Oh, I can get back Swift Response with Dowser, so that works. And then I can attack them in the air, and I can even Niambi the Dowser. This deck is sweet. Okay, that works for me. So we'll get back Swift Response. That stops Gloomsower from attacking us. Leave up the 2 mana and chill. Next turn, I can always play Watcher. Life is good. Red-black is fine. Their list didn't look especially great. I mean, we didn't see that many cards out of them. Like I said, you get access... This is how I think about red-black in this format. You get access to 3 cheap removal spells, Grasp, Dragonfire, and Shock, at common, in an aggressive-based format. So red-black shouldn't be an aggro deck in this format. It should be like a grindy deck. You want to use that cheap removal to stymie opponent's aggression, and then win through card advantage in mid-game and things like that. I have not double-visioned an Epiphany in this format, but I have went off with the old Dowser Epiphany combo in one of the games in this draft. Alright, this hand is ugly, but I'm not going to mull. We have double Swift response, so we have all the time in the world. I don't know what's with these opening hands. Like I said, my land count is 8 plains, 8 islands, and a blue-white duel. Doesn't really get any smoother than that, but our openers have been pretty poor in this run. Yeah, I went into it like, I was like 6th, and then a day and a half later, I was like 400th, and then like 2 or 3 days later, I was like 96% or whatever. I even tweeted something like, you get kicked out of Mythic for losing too much. I went on like, it wasn't even that many drafts. I just like literally went like 1-3, 2-3, 0-3, 0-3, 1-3 or something, with like no good drafts in between, and just got pummeled. They're probably not going to invest in it further, but they might have feet. I'm just going to Swift it now. We have rain, so I don't think I need to take an island. I assume I can dig up lands. So now I'm not sure what to do. I kind of want to just cast Reign of Revelation, because I do have 2 double blue cards, so I'd much rather discard plains here than an island. I take the hit for 4, but I'm at 17. Think if I just cast Rain now and resolve it, I can discard plains. I'll probably have plenty of business after that. Figure out what our options are going to look like, since we're not really under that much pressure. Thank you, Urza's Taco Truck. Appreciate the 14 months of support. My general opinion on M21 is it's fine. Not great, not horrible, nothing special, perfectly fine. So what do we want to do now? We can play like a 2-drop and try and Swift response it when it attacks. That looks pretty good. We could even play Riddle Form. And then if they have like a counter, we still get Riddle Form to block. And if they have like feet, we have to take it. But then next turn we can capture Sphere the Swooper and then trigger the Riddle Form. So that looks great. And yeah, if they have Lofty though, this works still. I mean, the Riddle Form's just going to trade. It's going to be a 4/4. But I guess, yeah, even if they have feet now, pro-white or Lofty, whatever, the Riddle Form will be a 4/4. It can block the Swooper. That's a 5/4 pro-white. We're a 4/4 blue creature. Seems fine to me. What are they feeding again? If they're feeding again, okay, I'll capture Sphere, Gale Swooper on my turn. If I draw land, play Glide Master. If not, I'll capture Sphere either way, because that's a pretty scary card. With the 2 counters, it's like a 6/5 flyer moving forward. If not, no decisions, just put out our creatures. Which are a lot better than they look in our hand once you count Glorious Anthem. Oh yeah, they can't feat because it was pro-white, so they can't target it. Which may have been what happened, because they paused and were like staring at it. So they very well might have a feat in their hand. Okay, so I don't really want to just lead Capture Sphere. I think there's a decent chance they do have feat. I think I can just attack with Glide Master. If we trade, I'm cool with that. If they do anything, I mean, I have counters, tricks. And then the Arcanist can bounce with the Elder, and I can keep Rewind up. And I'm cool with this trade. So there's the feat. So what happens now? I feat also, and then the creatures just bounce. And then I still get to keep Rewind up. That looks fine. There's not really any reason to rewind it. I mean, I guess I could rewind it and play feat. And then I kill the Elder. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I still have Capture Sphere for, like, a big thing. This looks good. I'm going to rewind it. And then I can still play feat. And then I'll kill their creature and mine will live. Okay, that's good enough to Capture Sphere in my opinion. Oh, I can't Capture Sphere. Should have tapped the Arcanist. Small punt. Whatever. Just Capture Sphere on my turn. Yeah, I'm still going to Capture Sphere it. They have another feat? Okay, I was like, that would be kind of crazy. Well, that's decent. I might lose to the big flyer now. Did I punt this? I guess not. I couldn't really put them on that in particular. Feels like a punt, though. Well, I didn't have to Capture Sphere the Acolyte. I mean, it's worth mentioning that, like, I think it was right to get aggressive there, but I didn't have to do it. Come on, I know we got outs. Oh, that's an out. We can give the Replicator flying. If that resolves. Now, what do we want to do? I think I'm just going to pass the turn, because if they have removal for the Replicator, I can still chump with the Arcanist and then dub the Glide Master. So I think it's worth missing 2 damage here. Okay, now I do want to pressure them. If I go for dub, I can put it on the Glide Master and attack with that. I lose to Swift Response. I mean, I lose to Feat, but that's not really a concern. I mean, their board crumbles quickly. Like, I think it's correct to dub the Glide Master here and attack with it. If I dub the Replicator, Swift Response would own me, yeah. But there's no reason to put that in their hand. I mean, they have it if they just drew it. They don't have it otherwise, I mean. Put it on Master and attack with Replicator. Yeah, that could work. Slightly better. Yeah, it's better against Swift Response. You're right. Let's do that. Let's make sure it resolves. But then we can attack with the Replicator. This plays around Swift Response better. Nice job, chat. We still lose to some things and whatever, but this does play around Swift Response better. I might attack with both 5/5s as early as this turn with the Arcanist to chump the Angel, but it wouldn't have been right last turn. It would put me in chump block mode earlier than necessary. But yeah, now I can attack with both. I lose if they top deck like a removal, but there's not a lot. I mean, I'm not beating a Faith Fetters anyway. I lose to Swift Response this way, But I think if they had that, they're killing the 5/5 last turn. So they'd have to have just top decked it. I don't think they're holding anything. Come on, brick for once. I need one of my opponents to brick for just once. I mean, we win on board. And if they play a ground creature, we can fly all of our stuff, I think. Or maybe if we draw land, we can. Because of Glidemaster's ability. The land is 8. If we draw a land, that's 9. We can get flying to all 3. Woo! What a W. Good job, chat. Good play, by the way. Swifting the thing, but attacking with the 5/5, not the swifted one, made more sense. It wasn't a huge difference, but it could have been a win against Swift Response. It would have still been hard to beat Response, but it wasn't by any means unbeatable if they response the 5/5 Replicator. Whereas if they Swift Response the dubbed flying thing that gives flying, then I'm dead. So good job with that play, chat. I don't think it was right to attack with both just yet. I mean, if they attack back and I chump with Arcanist, let's say they just play like a creature, then I can't even attack, and I had to chump already. I think we played it right. But I think that the attack with the 5/5 was substantially better than attack with the 5/4, with the dub. So I think that was a good job by the chat. Okay, decent looking opener. I'm actually going to make a weird play and not opt here. Let me talk about this. So, a land is an okay draw. I only have 3. Not a great one, not a horrible one. I know my deck has 5s and 6s. A 5 or a 6 is an okay draw. I have plenty of cheap stuff to do. Not a great one, not a horrible one. So, if I play opt, I'm basically killing the Scry 1. Now, I would still play it to draw a card if I didn't have stuff to do, just to increase my chances at hitting my drops. But I have 2 drops for the next 2 turns. So if I look at like one of my good 5s or 6s, I don't even know whether I want to bottom or top it. If I look at a land, I don't even know if I want to bottom or top it. So the right play now is just not to opt, I think. We play Glidemaster this turn. We can play Glidemaster next turn, and then we can opt if we want to, and we'll have a lot more information as to what we want. If I draw 2 straight spells, I'm going to opt, and I'm going to be looking for lands, of course. I have a lot of business and no more lands. If I draw 2 straight lands, I'll snap bottom a land. Of course, we might draw like, a 3-drop in a plains or whatever, but I think that there's substantially more value in the opt if we wait, given we already have stuff to do. And as you can see, when I opt into their turn now, I'm going to top a plains. I'm going to bottom an island. I'm going to bottom one of those like good 6-drops because I have Rain and Anthem. I have infinite business to win with. Anthem pumping all these small ones. So like we got a lot more information there. I'm not going to block the Prowess creature because they might just play anything. If they like play a Scorching Dragonfire on the other Glidemaster, then they would eat the one that blocked it. But now, 2 turns later, we have substantially more information. Okay, so think I don't really want to swift. I mean, I can't swift while they have a mountain up. I could attack. I'm not. I mean, they can't really do anything besides shock, but I'm not gonna feat. I don't have good blocks, so I think I just attack for 4 here. If they block, I just let one of them trade. Who cares? That's a death touch creature. If they take it, I'm gonna pass the turn. I'm planning to rain into their turn. If they tap out or something and I can swift the Immolator, I might do that. But if they have mana up to sack it or sack it to that, then I'm just going to take 3 and then rain into their turn. I would have bottomed Epiphany last turn. I know it takes a lot of discipline, but I have Anthem and Rain of Revelation. I can't just draw a 6. I need Plains for Anthem. I have Rain to already provide me card advantage. So yes, is the answer. Okay, so if I slam Replicator, and they can at least sack Immolator. If I play Anthem, I'm only using 2 mana. That's pretty bad. I think what I want to do is hit for 4, pass to them, assuming they don't do anything. I can rewind anything they play. I'm dealing 1 more than I'm taking. And I have Swift Response for end of their turn, even if I just hit the Imp or something. Okay, so now they're dragon firing. Obviously, we can rewind, we can feat, we can swift. Now I can swift response the Immolator. They don't have red up. So feat plus swift right now looks pretty good. This costs 2 to sack, so they literally can't do anything. So now we can play our cards. Red, and while they don't have mana to sack this to either the Cauldron or its own ability, I'm going to swift away that Immolator. Life is good. Yep, and now if they don't have a shock, it's pretty much game over. They can trade this for either of these. I'm cool with that. Let's just get our copy first. Assuming they don't have a shock. And then I'm going to attack. They're more than welcome to trade for the 3-2 even. Yeah, people ask, do you ever trigger Replicator? This is the second time in this draft I've triggered it, right? It's not you don't always trigger it, but again, it's not a sorcery that does nothing or gives you 2 4/4s. It's either 5 mana get 1 4/4 or 2. So if you get 1 4/4 like 75% of the time and 2 4/4s 25% of the time, that's a good card. Okay, I mean, we're just winning by so much. All I want to do is have rewind up, I think. If they block and gain 1, they're still dead, so they have to play removal. So yeah, I'm just going to attack. I mean, I wouldn't say it equals Uncommon Broodmate. It does when you trigger it. But again, you don't trigger it anywhere near every time. It's like sometimes Broodmate. They're still just dead, right? First strike that out. They take 9. They can sack and gain 1 even after first strike, but they're still dead. So, okay. I didn't play Anthem because they had to have removal to stay alive. Like, they have to play Grasp here or something. And then I would rewind it. If I didn't have rewind, I would have played Anthem. Four and 2. That locks up. Oh, 5 and 2. It's a winning record in all 3 drafts, I think. We went, what, 4-3, 5-3? And here we are at 5 and 2. Neombion Replicator just for sweet value. That's a pretty good opener. I mean, we need another island to cast Rewind, and we don't have a lot of creatures, but hopefully we'll draw some. I might block because they're going to be able to sack it to make me discard and then trigger Devotee. If I block now, they don't have mana, so I think it's right to block. I hate to lose my creature, and I do have feet, so that makes me not want to block. But otherwise, they're going to be able to trigger Devotee. So I think I have to. Normally, I wouldn't block in that spot, of course. I'm very unhappy about that block. The problem is, they could just sack it next turn, and then pay 2 and get a zombie token. Really wish I had a second blue. Nothing I can do. Do I want to lock down Devotee? Does that make sense? No, it will just sit and play. Well, yeah, because they can't sack it, whereas everything else they would sack. So I think that's actually a good target for Capture Sphere. If I Capture Sphere a different drop, they just sack it to the Cauldron, get a card, and then pay 2 and make a zombie. If I Capture Sphere the Devotee, if they want to sack it, then they don't have Devotee out, at least. It's not going well. Thank you, Gut and Mead. Appreciate the subscription. So at the very least, I'm going to Swift Response it on my turn so that they don't get a counter, so I don't get a zombie token. Again, the game is obviously not going well. I'm not going to trade Niambi for that now. They can sack it anyway, but I have the feats to protect the Niambi. So I'm just going to put Niambi out end of turn, and then at least next turn I can block and feat Pearl Black and have a blocker out. I'm in bad shape regardless. Oh, yeah. Did I have mana up? If so, yeah, I should have done an end of their turn after the Devotee trigger. You're 100% right. That was a punt. You can hit the punt counter. You're 100% right. The right time to do it was end of turn. So if I kill this, they literally just pay 2 and get another one. So this is like an awesome little combo at the moment. I'd have to feat twice. Now, if they didn't have Cauldron out, I might do it just to save the damage and use my mana. But since I have Cauldron out, I don't think that really accomplishes much. Since they have Cauldron out, because they're just going to get to sack it. They can do that anyway, but my point was, like, I'm not really even accomplishing anything. Yeah, I'm the one in the soft lock. That's true. If I had double blue, I could rewind this 5/7, and then I could play, like, Dowser and get it back, and Dowser's a 4/4. Pretty unfortunate in that regard. It's not an unwinnable game, though. So what do we want to do? Is it non-token? I don't think it is. No, any creature dies on their turn. Token or non-token. I'm going to Dowser back Swift. This way we can kill something again on our turn, maybe. Devotee is great. I do agree. It really sucks, because if I just had double blue last turn to rewind the Warden, this would be such a tight game. Now I feel like I'm losing. Now I'm losing bad. So I can chump and go to 3, and then I still have 2 creatures I have to stop. I can block. Oh, and they're gonna make a zombie. Ugh, this is just awful. I don't think I can win this game. Yeah, we're just super dead. Good game. Not the best, not the worst. 4-3, 5-3, 5-3. Nothing exciting. Not a horrible record for best of 1. I don't think my seats were amazing. Some pretty cool decks, though. So that was a fun day of draft. Thank you, everybody who joined me. If you missed what I said, I'm unlikely to start at 3. Actually, I don't even know, because if I don't go to my grandma's, and I don't know when the streamer draft's going to be, just stay tuned, check the Discord or Twitter if you want to know what's up tomorrow. I'm planning to stream tomorrow almost for sure, even if I stream at night. I'm not planning to cancel my stream. I'm just not sure when I'm going to stream tomorrow. For now, I am going to call it a night. I don't see too many of the limited people I follow on streaming, but it looks like Echo 5 Bravo just fired it up. And they're doing Throne, and I know I did M21 all day, so if you want some Throne action, go along with this raid. I'm going to raid Echo 5, another person who does almost all drafts. I'm not saying I'll never do a standard stream. I'm not going to do it right now, though. So, you're welcome. Thank you to everybody who supported the content. I do plan to be on tomorrow, but it's very likely not going to be at 3 p.m. So, I'll post in the Discord as well as tweet about it. For now, I'm going to raid Echo 5 Bravo. Thanks again, everybody who hung out for another 5 hours of drafts, and have a good day, everybody.